Okay, I should be live. Hi there, Alice Spear 222. Welcome. Hi there, Tara. Hi there, Andre Pro. Welcome, everyone. Alright, I took a bit of a break yesterday after the crazy thing there with the drops and everything, having the stream running 24/7. I think at the end though, like, something happened to the internet or something in my area and the stream cut out. Oh, when it was doing AFK drops near the end. I as well, on the spirit. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you guys. Alright. There's some stuff we'll do today. I already did my TOF and Enfield stuff earlier off stream. I can only fit so much in a title, so I might as well get some of the stuff out. Right, with the Snowbreak stuff later, we'll look at the Marion interactive scenes. So we'll take a look at that later, but we'll get the NTE and other stuff here done first. Yeah. Alright. Alright, and then I also wanted to play the Mightreya demo, because that came out the other day. That's something I was like, I really wanted to play at some point. So we'll be messing around with that too. Alright, let's get loaded in. Oh, right, I did my dailies yesterday off stream and everything. That I forgot, I parked myself there. I already claimed this thing not too long ago. Alright, getting these things upgraded now, it's making even more money. Over there in the shop stuff. Alright, let's get some of the dailies and everything done. It'd be nice if we can push Hunter level 30 so we can get our stuff raised even further. That would be nice. Alright, let's see. Let's go use some city stamina. Alright, let's see. That's 40,000. Oh, that's 48,000. That one is also 48,000. Alright, we'll use our instant delivery on that one. Let's get all of the city stamina spent first. Yeah, I want to get that done before I work on other stuff. Oh yeah, they also gave us more pulls for the day. Because I've been doing that every day. So might as well dump some of them. Alright, cool. And then over here we have almost 50. What'd I do? Odd. Okay, that makes me sound a lot louder, right? I don't know. Is something borking my audio or something over there? Because, like, it might be on your end. I just turned up my mic. Alright, let's keep going. Be nice if you could, like, mess around with Daffodil. No, we got one pull back. Nope. No Daffus. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I think we'll just have to go all the way and then just grab her from the thing. But yeah. Wait, what? We're just doing stuff here. Okay.
I don't do vague requests.
The paperwork you need is on the desk.
Oh, he can get his last awaken. You can get a bunch of awakens. Okay. What's the other one there? Oh, that just makes her do more damage. Really now? Okay then. Let's get this here done. The dispatch thing is over there. So let's go and get that done. Free chips. Mine. Alright. Let's head over this way.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
But yeah, drops are over, unfortunately. It was nice having like the massive boosted views while it lasted. It was nice. But anyways, here we are. Okay, there's stuff over here.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders.
I mean, the issue is, like, it's still late at night. I can only do so much at, like, this late at night, you know? Okay. That's another daily done. Okay. We're so close to 20 to 30. The 20. Alright, let's see. Yeah, and I want to get all of that stuff done too at some point. Well, it helps when there's like stuff to keep everything going, you know? It helps. Alright, like it does help. Oh, there's only 3 interacts for her. Okay. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we can grab on the map a bit more easily. Yeah, there's a video camera thing over there. Let's get that done. Alright, let's go and get that one done. I think if we get like a lot of these just done on the map, we can get the thing. Alright, so let's head on over there. No, this is just the closed beta. We had the, what's it called? We had drops
Sounds good.
a couple days ago, but the drops ended on Friday. Right, this is the beta, but the beta build for the English beta build that we're playing right now, it's technically an older build compared to the one that was on the Chinese beta test. For some reason. I don't know why. But like,
Things clearer when
the
you're looking
Chinese
from above.
beta had like newer cutscenes and stuff. Some of the stuff in here is like from older things from before
Aren't things
that
clearer
aren't
when
like
you're
fully
looking from
updated,
above?
which is kind of weird, but that's how they handled this. Okay, let's see.
Aren't things clearer
Oh, we
when
can
you're
claim
looking
this.
from above? Feels good.
Alright, let's see. There's an anomaly around here. Somewhere. It's around here somewhere. Maybe it's on the roof. Okay, it is. Oh. Here it is. Alright, I wonder why that... They need to, like, fix the compilation stuff. But it's like compiling shaders or whatever, that's what I get the drops. Hopefully they'll fix that on release. Oh, I remember this. I remember this one. I guess I didn't voice this one yet. Yeah, I remember doing this in the previous test. Then there's muffled sound around here. There's probably something here too. Oh yeah. We got these bookshelves.
Trust me. Shit change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Let me take over.
Stick to the plan. One moment.
Your express delivery. I can see you all.
Okay. There should be something here.
Time's up. Back to where you belong.
Oh, I contained something. But that's not the thing there. I guess we go upstairs first. Anything over here?
Let me through. Here's your delivery. Thank you for your patronage. Arknights. Now's the time. Pretty lively here.
Oh, that's destroyed. Okay. Is there really supposed to be nothing there? Maybe it's upstairs. Oh, here it is. Wait, I already killed the thing in here. You know, maybe the thing was bored. Yeah, I think the doors that were here were supposed to be closed and not open. It probably glitched itself. And then I was supposed to open it after. Oh, it is beta. Not everything will be perfect here.
Mission complete. Now, shall we discuss payment?
Alright, and then it shoots us out. Cool. What else can we get done here? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. This one, I don't know what I'm missing for the puppets. There's like some stuff I missed. But like I haven't really been able to like fully figure it out. I got the piano thing done, I got the thing that would like run away or whatever. I got the one that would like fall over, I'm pretty sure. Did I get the one that fell over with the wind gust? I think I did. But like there's still a bunch that I didn't get. Right, like this one is like super involved. I wonder why it lets me like go in here. Alright, I need to set it to like nighttime, right? God damn it, I couldn't get that one.
No big deal. Continue. Pretty bold of you. No big deal. Continue.
Right, there was like that one I need to get done. I got the one that where the guys were running here. But then those guys just vanish. Like it shows something there and then they vanish. And I can't enter in there.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
But like, yeah, I don't know why they were looking in there.
Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
What else is there around here?
Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Feels
Because there's
good.
like a bunch of the things in here. Nope, not there. Where was the other one? Right, there's one over here that wants to go inside. Maybe if I set it to daytime. No, he just vanishes. Yeah, you know what? We'll just do a different one. Or if I get enough of these done, I'm pretty sure I'll push level 30. And then we can level up everything further. A lot of them, I don't know. But there's a lot more stuff finished in this one compared to the previous versions. Okay.
Get down now, or I'll toss you off.
Let's see, over here.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Right, we'll go climb up this.
Feels good. Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Where is it?
Feels good.
Is it not here? Then we have the music change. Yeah, I wonder where it is.
You're looking from above.
Like, it indicates that, like, it's somewhere around here.
Feels good.
But where is it?
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
An anomaly that emerged alongside the invention of electric lighting. Maybe it's at nighttime? Let's set it to nighttime.
Feels good.
Nope. I feel like this is too close to an obstruction there for a set of swings. Right, because there's like a wall right there. That's like really cutting it close.
Clearer when you're looking from above.
That does not look like a safe spot for swings. It's too close.
Feels good.
Oh wait, it's sunset. Okay.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking
Oh, here we
from
go.
above? You need to be faster than that. Let me. Here's your delivery.
What do you mean?
Mission complete. Now, shall we discuss payment?
Alright, that one's plus 160. Now we get something here. Oh, there's one over here. I mean, I hear myself through my my mixer and everything. But yeah. I don't know, I guess. Hi, Reptile. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Let's get this stuff here done.
Feels good.
Where is it? Yep. Where is the thing?
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above? Feels good.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Aren't things clearer?
I probably should have just went on the road and just summoned the motorcycle. But we're in the area now. Oh, a painting. What does it want here? Oh. Now it's a door. And it causes the thing to lag a bit. Yeah, they need to like fix shader compilation a bit. Okay. Okay, you angle it and then it changes the thing there. Okay. Interesting puzzle. Okay, now it's casting light this way. And then now we have a door here. Okay. Yeah, they boost a lot. Alright, massive drop off now that drops are gone. It was nice while it lasted.
I don't offer discounts for follow-up services.
Okay, that was cool with the paintings and the shadows. Oh cool, we hit 30 now. That means we get more pulls there too. But yeah, sure, I'll put on the cat ears. But yeah, drops really do help a lot. But yeah, I switched the outfit, the base outfit for today, to this one. Surely we can get a new character, right? Alright, I'll just dump this one first. No, we just got another copy of her. It would have been nice if we could get Daffodil. I want to try Daffodil out. Oh well.
Pleasure with you.
We have one dupe of Yuan. Alright, let's see. Increase lethal rolls back damage ratio by 100%. Restores HP to the entire team. Oh, that's cool. She can like heal a little bit. At least now we get a little bit of self-healing. That's kind of big.
Another new day.
Right, we can get everyone leveled up. Yeah, level 50 we get extra pulls.
Obsession. Disillusion.
I'll have to go get that item.
Pleasure working with you.
But yeah. Fair enough. There's a lot of people though, like, you'd be surprised. They will only click on a stream because of drops and then they disappear. There are tons of people that will do that for various different games. So like, it's not too crazy. And yeah, like, drops do boost, in a lot of cases, viewership on a lot of things by a lot. This is it's just what happens. I need to get a better weapon for main character. Alright, it's just what happens. A lot of people just are only there for drops. And it's like understandable. Right, free is free, right? Lots of people like free stuff. So I don't blame people.
Pleasure working with you.
I have a situation before where I just click on stuff for drops. And then I don't come back sometimes in for certain things in the past. I know a lot of people who do that.
You're sharing with me? Yum.
Fair enough. Speaking of, we're gonna be trying a demo for a different game later on stream. For another game. Yeah. I do at least try to make it a nice environment to hang out in, at least. Right.
I don't do vague.
What should we do today? Clarity. Obsession.
But yeah.
Disillusion.
It's not like super crazy and like unexpected that as soon as drops stopped, viewership took a nosedive. It's just kind of within expectations, really. Yeah, she also is like very handy with one of her with a passive to just instant clear a delivery every day. Once a day you can use it to instant clear a delivery, which is pretty handy.
I don't do vague requests.
Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out?
It's from the beta, but yes, though there was a chance for people to also randomly get access to it. The beta ends in like a few days though. It's in like what, 4 or 5 more days from now the beta will be over, I think. No, that was Snowbreak that sent me the bath towel. Snowbreak sent me the bath towel, not this one. My hero, welcome. But yeah. But there was things that they gave creators access to, yes. Though the people who got in through random draw, they also get the ability to test other platforms. Unfortunately for creators, we can only do the PC client. I wanted to test mobile to see if I could get it working on Linux via Waydroid. But that will have to just wait for when it eventually releases, I guess. Eventually. And we need to get a lot of the things so we can level up with characters. Okay, this one need to get house collection to 8. But I need something I can upgrade. The easiest thing would be this crate, if I could get. If it would let me, but it won't let me upgrade the crate. Yeah, we only have 5.3 mil, almost 5.3 mil. We need to get to 8 mil so I can buy the next property. If I get, let's see. If I finish the heist, we could probably get to 6 mil and then I spend the rest of this thing. And it still won't push us all the way over there. But it's like something we'll need to get done. It's still the same as the previous one. They didn't add any more than the first 5. This is like, the beta in this one It seems to be like a pretty old build, all things considered. Like when I really look at the stuff in here, it's not really like a super recent build that I see here. And like the CN, the one that they let Chinese players in China test and play around with is a much newer build than this one. Which is interesting when you think about it that way. It's a different build. But yeah, it's not quite the same build. Yeah, I need a bunch more resources so I can get one of the characters I don't have there. Alright, we can get 3 temples here. Bro, what the fuck is this RNG? I'm just like dumping them because I need to get to 720 of these warp pieces. If we can get to 720 warp pieces, I can just get one of the characters here. So there's not really much information what we'll do for NTE. It's just easier access to betas right now for NTE. The top side, we get early access to TOF build, to the TOF stuff for newer units. Alright, we get that. We get to like play on the test server and do stuff on that. On the TOF one, we're allowed to stream the test builds. Right. And then we also get a bunch of other resources in game. I think like what I just submit, like, cause I don't really do all the, there's like all sorts of different tasks and stuff like that. I don't even do them. I just stream and whatever, and I just submit that, and they give me like 60 pulls or something a month in TOF. Something like that. They don't really have much of a thing like set up right now. Right, before it was like all handled by Tencent. They've only recently started publishing, you know, outside of China with the handover there. So like they're still figuring things out. There's only like 3 people, I think. 3 or 4 people that like I can contact there. Because like it's, and like they're operating still in China time zone. It's still not really set up compared to some of the other things. No, I did not. I did not get that Samsung headset. I'm pretty sure that headset isn't even released yet. That was something that's coming out later. It's not even released yet. I think it was like pre-order or something. I'm pretty sure. But no. It's a cool headset, don't get me wrong. Would be cool to have one and like mess around with. But for me personally, like, I'm not like ready to like really jump in with a lot of that stuff yet. I think part of it though is just the weight and stuff like that needs to eventually get sorted out. Like headset wise, Valve kinda has the idea there on like what to do with it, like having the like stream the wirelessly from another device so you don't need to have all the power strapped to your face. But you know, there's still like a lot of things that I would like combined from all the headsets. Rather than just go and grab one. There's also things like the big screen beyond is probably like the best fitting, because like the way that one works is like they custom make the actual thing to your face. Like they make a custom mold of your face for the headset, so like it fits perfectly. But that thing is like stupid expensive as well. And it's also a lot lighter weight because there's like no power in it, and you have to plug it into something else. Eventually though we'll get there to where it's like, yeah. Like all the different companies making the headsets, they all got good ideas, but like, it'd be nice if all of them got mixed into one. instead of like all the different ones out there.
Pleasure working with you.
Because that would be a real massive game changer. If all the headsets could like be merged into one.
As long as I'm watching your back, you won't have to worry about a thing.
That's what I'd like to say. At some point, like all of them just mixed together and fused into one headset. That would be nice. Oh, we have another temple. Okay. But yeah. No, that one they didn't encourage me to sign up. I signed up a long time ago. I was in the NTE Discord server, by the way, before it was even the NTE Discord server. What's funny though is like the way this stuff was revealed wasn't done the way they wanted to. So like, the original form of the NTE Discord server is like not what you would expect. It was like it was like really weird. Like it was like really weird and bizarre. Like I was in the server while they were still setting it up. Because somehow I found a link to it. Well, a couple of people in Afro's Discord found a link to it. Somehow. Oh no, that one was not the same. That one I already was already in it. It had nothing to do with that. No reason not to apply if you're able to. And meet requirements, right? No reason not to. Extra benefits. And stuff there. There's actually a couple things I missed though with the NTE one. There was like they do these like prize pools things to like submit the stuff on time. I forgot to submit my stream VOD to the thing for the first few days of the test of NTE. My mistake. So I wasn't counted in the I submitted my thing too late, so I wasn't counted in the pool thing for what they were giving out there. There's like a couple other stuff too. There's stuff for video stuff, so I'm gonna submit for that thing later when I get that stuff figured out.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
But yeah. Wait, no, what the hell? I forgot what I was gonna do there. But that's another one off the list there on the map. No, I think it was like, I thought it was like looking for a character interaction at some point. I guess the character moved around. There's like daffodils there. I do wonder though, like how things will be with NTA stuff long term. I am curious on that front. Okay, 658. I need to get to 720 there. Yeah, some of the map exploration gives that stuff. Alright, let's see. Yeah, and there's also like a lot of side quests I can do as well. They really don't give that much funds for like doing a lot of these. So like, again, it's what I've said before with endgame content, right? They're honestly, if anything, I don't like it when they put like a bunch of resources there because like they don't give enough to warrant doing them still. Like if you think about it, right? You know, if it like an endgame content gives you like, I don't know, 5 pulls a reset for the maximum reward for clearing it, and like how many pulls does it cost you to pull one character? And let's say you're fitting in like 8 or 9 characters to go and clear it. In NTE's case, it'd be 8 characters. You know, if you think about it, if you're pulling just so you can go and clear it, it's really stupid. If you think about it. Alright, so like, in that situation, hypothetical situation, let's say it is, 5 pulls, divide that by 8 characters, so each character is worth 0.625 of a pull, multiply that by 160, so they're each worth 100 of the premium currency there, right? Each character in this situation. Let's say it takes you, let's say 70 pulls. I'll be nice, let's say it's 69 pulls to get a character. Multiply that by 160, and we're looking at 11,040 pulls. Divide that by 100, and that would take you 110 resets. You get what? Let's say you get 1 reset a month. That means you get 12 resets a year. Your break-even point is after 9.2 years. Right, and let's go 0.2 times 12. That would be after 3 months. So 9 years and 3 months. Like, logically speaking, and this applies to other games as well. Right. But yeah, welcome Flagger. You can apply this logic to all these other games as well. You just change the values and you end up with the same result. NTE is probably the best case for any of these. Because some of the other ones are drastically worse. We're talking, like, at least NTE's, your break-even point is less than 10 years. You look at the Hoyo games in UA, for example, and you're suddenly looking at 20, 30 plus years as a break-even point. That's why, like, you shouldn't really think that much over them, and they're not really something that's worth considering if you weren't already going to be doing it because you already had the stuff, and you were gonna get the stuff in there, whatever characters, whatever units you're gonna use, regardless. Yeah, like, the endgame stuff is just a scam. At one point, I probably do want to, like, script out and, like, fully make a video on that topic. Because, like, it is a scam. When you start looking at it from a logical or practical standpoint, endgame content is a scam. Like, no one's gonna admit it, but I can just prove it, you know? Or, like, I can mathematically prove it, and I mean, I just did.
Hope someone will pay a good price for this.
But yeah. So, like, there's that to think about and consider too. That's why, like, you really shouldn't only just think about that stuff. It's because it's just not. Like, it's just not the way to go. Because it's just not worth it. I can do delivery there. Yeah, but again, you should also consider the cost of it. If you're going to have this stuff anyways to clear it, that's one thing. But you should never go out of your way to do it. Especially when a lot of these as well, they'll power creep and they'll always, a lot of them will scale things around whatever is, like, featured. Right, you gotta keep that in mind too.
Feels good.
It's just another way they can increase how predatory they can become by, you know, nudging you towards grabbing whatever is there that they're selling for that month or whatever. Even worse when these things release things multiple times a month as well, or a patch. Right, some games are like doing like 2 or 3 units a patch even. But yeah, welcome Raiders. 1 million viewers from Acme Studios. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I really should just stop my AFK farming for Duet Nightabus. So I can get my frame rates to, like, skyrocket again. But I'm, like, farming a lot of stuff for later. In there, AFK farming. I don't know. Oh, let me kill the thugs here.
I'll deliver this one myself.
You know, I guess you could technically farm fawns by getting arrested and escaping from prison.
These orders.
You get like 10,000 every time.
This one is a fragile.
Yeah, it's rough. Getting, building viewers from nothing. Sometimes you get lucky, but it's not easy. Especially more and more over time, you'll have more competition. With Twitch, you have to deal with the fact on how it handles who gets featured at the top of a category. Alright. Well, on YouTube, you're at the mercy of the algorithm. Alright, it's like pick your poison either way. Sometimes you get lucky, and then other times it's just, well, it is what it is. Unfortunately. But yeah, having like a real million viewers would be crazy. That would be really nice to have. Yeah, both will decide your fate. And neither is the best thing to put all your eggs into, so to speak. Sometimes you get lucky, like I did recently. But again, a lot of the times though, the benefit with Twitch drops, right? You get a massive spike a lot of the times when there's a lot of interest in them. Issue is, once the drops are over, a large chunk of them are just people who just went in and it's like, oh, free stuff. Let me go claim it, and then they're gone. It's like the vast majority of people that are just only using the stuff for drops. Otherwise, a lot of the time, a lot of those people might prefer to go watch elsewhere. Yeah, the mixer was like, what, it was bought up and then it was like shut down after, right? I think it was it Microsoft that bought it and then they shut it down or something? But yeah. Well, it's just, hosting in general is not cheap, right? The bandwidth and everything. Technically speaking, hosting like a streaming stuff now would have been not easier, but cheaper than when Mixer was around, purely because you can run AV1 streams now and save a lot on bandwidth.
Feels good.
But even then, it's not that simple. So, but yeah, hi One Spirit, welcome. Either way though, like we got like held back nearly 2 decades because of H.265. Can you imagine a world where like the guys who owned the rights and everything to H.265 weren't like greedy pieces of shit? Can you imagine where we would be? Among Us Beach, what? Oh, here, we got Daffodil interaction here.
Daffodil, what a surprise. I didn't expect to run into you at the photo studio.
I'm trying to farm
I came
fawns
to pick up some
to get to
developed
8 mil.
photos. I printed a few more copies of A-Bone's family portrait.
Could I have a few copies? I'd love to keep them too.
Of course, Appraiser. You think they are precious too, right?
Yeah. Every time I see them, I feel this sense of peace and warmth.
It's just rough.
I imagine they must mean even more to you, right?
Yes. To me, A-Bone is my anchor. An anchor
Okay.
that keeps me from losing my way, no matter how far I drift. With it there, I can always remember the way home. These photos carry more than just memories. They represent the bonds and belonging behind them. I was here. We were together. I will protect A-Bone forever.
Daffodil, I rarely see you smile like that. There's something really gentle about it.
Rarely.
Okay.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Alright, we got the developed photos. Not recently. But I haven't directly uploaded any videos to YouTube in a while. So I can't say recently. But yeah, and then like there's all the AI stuff being like dumped everywhere. And then like they're really trying to push shorts, which has its own issues too. I mean, you look at some of the younger generation, like, and a lot of just people nowadays, all over the place, attention spans are shrinking more and more. Right, and like everything is just freaking competing against the slop you'd find on TikTok and shorts and stuff, yeah. Unfortunately, no Lacrimosa, no Hattori. Unfortunately. You can get Hattori's weapon if you just did the wishing well thing every day. You'd be able to get it by the end of the test. I haven't done the wishing well thing at all. But like, no Hattori to use it. Nothing else to make use of that HP stat on it for healing and support utility. When there's no Hattori to equip it. So like, the thing is with YouTube as well, you don't want to like spam upload it. If you're gonna like push stuff on YouTube, the limit before they start holding you back is around 2 to 3 uploads. And streams are also included in that, by the way. So you don't want to like rush dump stuff out, because then YouTube will flag your account as spam. It's something around those lines. Like, that's something to avoid. So like, if you're gonna stock up on videos, don't upload them all at once and schedule them like that. You do them like one by one, day after day. And try to stay under 2 to 3 uploads a day. Otherwise, like, they'll treat you as if you're like spamming the platform or something. That's something to like, be mindful and careful of. At the same time, don't go too overkill on the bitrate. Because if you do go too overkill, it's gonna be even more work for YouTube's like re-encoder and like as they resize and readjust the video there. That's like another thing to watch out for. Don't go too overboard with bitrates.
Feels good.
Last pick in Afro's Discord? What do you mean? Which channel? Wait, what? Wait, what in the Steins Gate is that picture? What in the Steins Gate reference is that picture? Bruh. Where would that be? What area of the map is that? There's like a DSD in the background and like there's the freaking time machine from Steins Gate like crashed into a building. Do you know what street is it on? Thankfully, we'll have like every street labeled. There's like a DSD somewhere. $10,000 is not enough for 8K. They also let people go beyond that, by the way. But like, you need a very specific circumstance. Oh, which street is Akihabara from Temu? It's not Hankaku Street. It's at one of the DSDs. It's definitely like not here. I'm trying to like see the picture again to reference where it is. maybe here? Either here or here is what I'm thinking. Wait, no, that might be too close. No, not that DSD. Right, because we're looking for a DSD. Oh, it could be here. But like, yeah, no, the bitrate you were talking about earlier is too low of a bitrate for 8K. Like 10,000 kilobits per second is the limit for 1080p, yeah. It's the streaming limit for 1080p is 60. Even then, like, ideally, like, you'd wanna, like, try to stream at, like, AV1 to keep more of the quality over. Same time, too, with, the thing is with, like, encoders and bitrates and stuff like that. Using slower presets, if your hardware can handle it, is ideal, because you can keep more quality at lower bit rates. But unless you have, like, an NVIDIA, like, a more recent NVIDIA GPU, or you're using, CPU encoding, you can't really do it that well. Right. Because, like, you can have, like, a fast encoder that, that can, like, dump out videos pretty quickly, but not all of the encoder quality outputs are equal or the same. Which is why, have you ever looked at, like, benchmarks for, like, encode times and stuff? You also have to see the quality of the output if they show it, because depending on what is used to encode that output, the quality of the output can be drastically different. From hardware to hardware.
Feels good.
Yeah, it might be this way. I'm not sure. Let's try to see if you can find that building. Oh. Probably shouldn't have gone to this spot.
Aren't things clearer when you're looking from above?
Noted.
Okay, we have a DSD here. Alright. Let's go into photo mode and see. Oh shit, here it is! Damn. It's right here. I found it. But damn. They have this here. Surely we'll have time machine shenanigans stuff at some point, right? Right, this was the freaking time machine from Steins Gate that crashed. Was it not? I don't know. I guess I didn't look up at this area. But yeah. We have this here. Alright, we have that here. That's crazy. What's on the sign here? Dimensional shop. Okay. Uh-huh. But yeah, that's a cool reference over there. Is this supposed to say meteor or something? Yeah, it says meteor there. Because reasons. Because why not? Tsunemi was a great design. But yeah. What the hell? This is Losers X Action? What? Okay. Sure. They got the hot dog bomb ad over there. I mean, Miku's been in a lot of things. It's supposed to be like a maid cafe over here. Let's see what's over here.
Over here, come on in.
I'll have a cup of cappuccino and berry cake.
Okay, so we got the maids over here. Damn. And you get NPCs taking photos over here. Okay. They got a wall of photos and everything. Wait a minute.
Welcome home. Sorry to keep you waiting, Meow. Felia's gonna show you magic that makes coffee taste better, Meow.
Feely, huh? And then they have the thing.
Let's capture this wonderful moment. Welcome home. We'll take the picture for you. Felia's gonna show you magic that makes coffee taste better.
Wait, and then they have these boards over here. Wait, is this also reference to that thing too? That name too? It's similar, not the same name, but they were talking about.
You mean a cappuccino and strawberry cake? Sorry to keep you waiting, Meow. Welcome home.
I said it wrong. Sorry.
Right? Wasn't the thing there in Steins Gate is also like, what was her name again? Ferris, I think it was, or something. It's been a long time since I've seen Steins Gate. I'm just gonna look it up real quick.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Meow. Feely is gonna show you magic.
Now we just need a guy who's really into Dr. Pepper. Yeah, Ferris. Right, she had the she was working at like the cat maid cafe thingy. Now that's not for the thing. If you know Steins Gate, you know. But like, it's not like properly themed after it, but like, because like there was like a character who would call herself Ferris at her maid cafe, like, and she would always like say like make the cat noise thing there. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is especially like, like that especially ties into everything because of that. Like, it just fits really well. We have that over there, and then we have this here. Right? Wait. Is this supposed to be Daru then? Is that dude supposed to be Daru then?
Welcome home, Master. Would you like to? Sorry to keep you waiting, Meow. Feely is gonna show you magic that makes coffee taste
No, like,
better, Meow.
this whole thing. Like, if you tie it together, right? Like, actually. Now they just need to have, like, some sort of time travel thing related to this. To, like, tie it all together. Maybe involve some guy, like, he's a mad scientist who's addicted to Dr. Pepper. And then, like, you'd have the full thing.
This shade only works with heavy makeup.
I didn't fully go down because my stream didn't go down because of that on Wednesday. One of their service areas probably went down, but like it didn't affect me. It wasn't like a full Amazon Web Services went down. Many sex shopping. Look it up, bro. True.
Perimeter clear.
That is true. No, it's okay. Even if we don't have the other sex shop, we have... We have the other one. What do you mean I wasn't streaming? I was streaming around that time. I was streaming. My stream was going 24 hours. On Twitch, not on YouTube. But I was. I just wasn't physically there. But it's okay on Spirit. We have this. Hey, close enough. But like, yeah. You could do Hathor here, but Mint works way better. There's still that. Of course, Mint will work way better. But that sign is still there. Oh, that one's a big package. But yeah, you could always do that. Go to Stereo Express and take screenshots. Alright, with their robust photo mode.
Stay balanced.
But yeah, you can still do that.
Perimeter clear.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is an anomaly.
What do you mean, kill him? He knows. He was playing the Chinese version. You got to play the Chinese version. That's how we know. The Chinese version of the test has some stuff that are different. Because like we still have some stuff that's like older version of the cutscenes in this one. Cake knows. Alright, let's head on over.
So these are the photography props that... An oddity? I had no idea.
Don't worry. I'll contact the Bureau of Anomaly. It's probably an oddity packed into a shipping crate by mistake.
Alright.
Stay balanced.
Oh, there's something here. Oh, right here.
Time for the professionals to take over. Let's settle.
Let me take over.
Pretty lively here.
Okay, nothing to contain. I just grab that. Cool.
Pleasure working with.
Okay. Yeah, we can get some of that stuff done as well. Oh, it's Ascension 4 to get that other passive. Yeah, we'll do the weekly bosses then. Alright, let's get this one done.
Exclusive delivery. Please sign here.
Let me take time. Great.
Pretty lively here. Let's settle. You need to be faster than that.
Fight it. Fight hero.
But you can't divide by 0.
Tell confirmed. Thank you for your patronage. I can see you all.
That's impossible.
Pretty bold of you. Cutie, let the game's intimacy through pain.
I'll provide that. Keep moving.
Time for the professionals to take over. Sign for delivery.
No, you can still multiply by 0, you just end up with 0. But it's impossible to divide by 0. If that can't be done.
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. No big deal. Continue. Pretty bold of you. You'll need to try harder next time. Trust me.
I'll handle this one.
Let me take. Let's finish this.
Time for the. Let's settle.
Where would you like some more? I'll provide spin and clear.
Your express delivery. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here.
It's about the boy. I'll handle this one.
Too bad we can't take the food there. Yeah, it gives me only... Wait. It only gives 2 of those materials.
Cutie.
Let me. Big flinching and fracture.
Pretty lively here. Pretty bold of you. I can see you all.
Unfortunately, it does not work on Linux. It's because the launcher is... It's because of the launcher. The launcher is like broken. Because the launcher is broken, it doesn't work. If the game let you log in without the launcher, it would work on Steam Deck. But if I install Windows, that'll work.
I'll handle this.
Let me take over.
Time for the professionals to take over. Son for delivery. No big deal. Continue.
And because of like the weird way the launcher functions, it also does not work with Steam input.
Here's your delivery. Thank you for your patience. I can see you all. Pretty bold of you. Let me.
This would be so much easier if we could use a Lacrimosa.
Let's finish this.
Pretty lively here. I'll deliver this one myself. Son for delivery.
I'll provide spin and clear. Target confirmed.
Cute. I will. Time for the professionals to thank you for your patronage.
Okay, then come on. Commission complete.
Pretty lively here. Noted.
Alright, it drops either 2 or 3 of that one. Okay. But yeah, like, you cannot divide by 0, Terra. It doesn't work. 1 over 0 is undefined. But anything multiplied by 0 is always 0. Alright, now that's level 7. Cool.
It's gone?
Alright, let's get more of these done. Oh, we have stamina pots for city stamina. Okay. So we could have spent those. Good to know. Alright, we'll do that one there. Because we need fawns. We need a lot of fawns. Right, ideally I want to get 8 million.
Trusted break. Ship change. Don't make me. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a large cart.
Alright, time to make this delivery. Then it wants me to go into this line. Yeah, I guess so. All about them jiggle physics. Who doesn't like jiggle physics? Right? All about them jiggle physics. Yeah, I should use a controller, but... Oh, safe. Almost crashed into that one. Hey, that wasn't me.
Busted bike. Let me see. Oh, it's that same guy who crashes every other day. I seriously don't get how one person can wreck this many bikes. Oh well, business is business.
They keep crashing bikes and somehow never get hurt.
Yeah, if they didn't, we wouldn't be playing it. True. True. Let's see, is there any, like, a really good delivery to take? Okay, we're over here. Alright, we'll go do that delivery because it's close by.
Noted.
Alright, I need all the funds I can get.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a fragile...
Alright, it's fragile and they want it delivered quickly. Alright, that was safe. Alright, let's go. Who doesn't want it? Alright, cool, that was easy.
No damage to the shipment. Yeah. Don't look at me like that. It was the manager's idea. Say anything about it and I might cry. Yeah.
Such dedication. Yeah.
Such dedication indeed. Alright, let's go do another. But yeah, we're almost at 5.5 male fawns. Just someone on the YouTube side. Right. You can see YouTube chat. And YouTube can see Twitch chat. I'm live on both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. Right, so people can watch wherever they prefer. Some people rather watch on YouTube, some people rather watch on Twitch. No. Not really.
All these the store's overloaded with orders, and got it. This one is a common cargo.
Yeah.
Appreciate the help, but finish your current.
Where does this want me to go? But yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got a delivery to make. Right, we shouldn't be texting and driving. Or ignoring traffic laws like I am. I see. Yeah, I have a bot that just, like, relays messages back and forth. But understandable. It's just that this way makes it easier so I can see both chats at the same time. That makes it easier for me to, like, read both. For better or for worse. Whoops. Hey, it caused no damage to the cargo, so we're good. Cargo is fine. I'm still at 600 condition. Oh yeah, for sure. It's just that I want a small enough scale that, like, at least it makes it so the chat isn't dead.
And smooth that's enough food to last.
Got it done.
But yeah, if I was to ever get to that size with 1,000 CCV, then of course I wouldn't use that bot bit like that anymore. If it was like with big chat activity, I would have to shut it down because nothing would be done. It'd be impossible to do anything. But we're not at that scale. Maybe one day. One day would be nice. But unfortunately, that day is not today. Yeah, it would be a nice day. That is true, Cork. That is true. That is true. Those were mostly for the drops. We hit 300, and that was awesome. Surely we'll see. Surely we'll be able to get back up when it releases, right? It'd be nice. That would be nice. What do you mean I don't want to? Yeah, it'd be nice to be popular, at least on that side, as long as I can keep my privacy. Alright, let's get on in here. True.
Time for the professionals to take. You need to be faster than that. Son, the delivery. Pretty bold of you.
Excited? Fight hero!
Where would you like intimacy? Through pain. Better get used to it. There's nowhere to run. Clear on top. I'll handle this. Target confirmed. Opening spotted. Come again. Same result. Route secured. Now the time. One moment is enough.
I thought he called them dick eaters. Isn't that what he called them?
Big splinter and fracture!
Isn't that what Aspen called them, dick eaters?
Signed, let's settle.
But you gotta be careful with Kekshon. He's a special kind of problem.
Satisfied.
Because it's impossible to have like any conversation or anything with him if you're not just praising him and like gassing him up. It's straight up impossible.
Your delivery.
Because if you're like, if you don't feed him, what he's then shifts into is something.
I will see
It's
through
quite something.
Right now. Clear on top.
Oh, I'm out of a lot of people's radar.
As expected. Opening spotted.
Alright, that thing is dead. But yeah, if you've seen when he tried to have that quote-unquote debate with Mr. Cake, it is really something. Right, he eventually got the nickname of the Giggler for a while, because all he would do is just laugh there and try to, instead of like trying to feed him whatever, and give him anything to use against him. And he got really, really mad. And then like, he eventually boiled down to like, let's just say, you know, iPad kid toddlers are more intelligible than what Tectone did. They're more, like, they show more signs of intelligence. As crazy as that sounds. Imagine, like, if you compared them to, like, if you were to, like, let's say, scale up to an adult male's body, an iPad kid that's, like, currently a toddler, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Except maybe that toddler that scaled up to his age probably wouldn't be bald. You wouldn't be able to tell a difference between the behavior. It's, quite something. Yeah, I'm not, like, it's really not some high bar. What he transformed into. Otherwise, like, if you don't, like, feed into his ego or whatever, and, like, praise him or whatever, you know, he, turns into quite something. Not exactly the best type of thing to be associated with. For better, for worse. There's a reason why lots of groups really don't like his ass. And want nothing to do with him. Right, there's a reason why. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. Yeah, well, it's just the best. I mean, even then, like, community or not, I'm basically still isolated on my own spot, but yeah.
Just right.
Yeah, we all know who he is, but it's not gonna change anything.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a common card.
And the thing is, though, like, the more, like, people give him views and feed him, the more he's just gonna keep doing it. So, like, really, the best thing to do is just leave him alone. And just, like, if he's gonna destroy himself, let him do it on his own. Keep him out of places, and that's it. Because, like, he doesn't want to have any discussions or any debates or anything with anyone. He doesn't want to. You can try to, but, like, he doesn't want to. You're just gonna end up making a fool of yourself. Because he's just gonna drag you down to his level. If not worse. Unfortunately, it just is what it is. So, sometimes the best thing you can do is just sit back and laugh. Especially if they're just gonna, like, keep changing the topic or deflect into something else. There's, like, really not much you can do. And it doesn't just only apply to, like, Tectone or whatever. It's just anyone with that type of behavior as a whole. Right, I think it was, like, there was, like, a saying about, like, never argue with an idiot because they will just drag you down to their level. And, unlike you, they're professionals at it, so you will lose, or something like that. It goes along those lines. You will lose if you argue with an idiot because you'll get dragged down to their level. Yeah. It is what it is. And then, like, some of the stuff, too, that, like, he's propped up and whatever, that, like, associated with him, they also end up, exhibiting some of his behaviors, but not completely, to some extent. It is funny, too, when they go and attack one thing, and then they go and praise and prop up something else that does literally the same thing. It's like, bruh. You complain about it in one spot, but then you go and praise it and prop it up elsewhere. It's just because it fits whatever agenda you're currently farming or whatever at the moment in time. It is just, it's ridiculous. Oh, they got resolved? Oh, the cops will occasionally just arrest the guys causing problems too. I just... Okay, that's cool. Yeah, the loudest man in the room is the weakest man in the room. Don't they say something similar as well with like the dog barking the loudest or whatever is probably the weakest one? And usually some of the ones that make the most annoying sounds are like the smaller breeds. Right, like, I guess, yeah. In a lot of cases. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, there are obviously things around the exceptions to that rule, but it's more of like there's a time and place for everything and whatnot, and they just happen to making a bunch of noise because of something for a reason at that point. But that's usually not the case most of the time these days. It is what it is, unfortunately. Okay. No, but yeah. Either Madoka, Crimson, or Welcome. We're doing a bunch of deliveries so we can get a bunch of fawns. Alright. Is there anything like nearby to where we are? Oh, that would be closer, I think. Oh, that one's also pretty close. I'll do that delivery. TeamSpeak? Oh, TeamSpeak. I haven't seen that get used in forever. I remember using TeamSpeak in Ventrilo. Because, like, when I was growing up a long time ago, I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft. And, like, for pugs and stuff like that, for raids and stuff like that, I would do. A lot of the time I would be, like, connecting to some dude's Ventrilo server. Sometimes a TeamSpeak server. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen or heard about that. Well, here's the thing. You can host your own. You can host your own TeamSpeak server. Same deal with, like, Ventrilo. You can, like, host your own. Like, it's an old application that's been around for decades now. A very old application. But yeah, they don't provide any hosting. So, like, you'd have to get your own. I guess they kind of do. I guess they do have, like, some basic hosting, but, like, you could just run your own server. Yeah, Ventrilo was way before TeamSpeak. TeamSpeak came out after, and they had, like, a lot nicer features and stuff like that, too. But, like, yeah. I remember using them. I've used both. Way back when. But yeah, it was mostly just for, like, chatting. This was also back in the day as well, like when we were still using like MSN or like Yahoo Messenger or whatever, Windows Live Messenger and stuff. Yeah. Okay, that was yeah, like Ventrilo definitely was a thing before I was born. But like the era I remember and like what I've used, I did use Ventrilo because like I was still like, it could be like the year 2012, and like we'd still be using it. I would be like, joining pug raids in WoW. Some people would be using Ventrilo, some would be using TeamSpeak. Oh yeah, that is way before my time. Like I barely remember Windows XP.
Got it done.
Like, I barely remember Windows XP. But yeah. That's the stuff we used back then, though. Damn. Wait, what? That's crazy. Then the FBI came and knocked on your door. Imagine. I thought, like, maybe it'd be someone that would, like, constantly redo that free trial CD on dial-up. I heard people used to do that. They would, like, keep reinstalling that free trial dial-up CD or something. But, like, when I grew up with, like, there was already, like, yeah, we already had, like, DSL and stuff set up in our neighborhood. Bruh.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a common car. Appreciate the help, but finish.
And then, like,
current
these
task
days
order.
now we're, like, on gigabit, like, connections and everything. Right. Just the speed and bandwidth difference between then and now is crazy. Right, it's pretty crazy. I can imagine though, like, a bunch of people who are into, like, driving sims will have a field day here. Oh, that's nice. I'm stuck on, like, 1.5 gigabit down, but I can't get more than 50 megabit up. Which is kind of annoying, because I'd like to get more bandwidth for upload. If I could get more upload bandwidth, it'd be crazy. Then I could, like, stream my PC shit to my phone and play games on my phone from my PC. At like much nicer bit rates. But yeah, it's just crazy how things have gone. Speaking of computers, apparently Western Digital is now completely sold out of hard drives. Up until, like all the production stock of hard drives have now been absorbed by clankers. The clankers have eaten all the hard drives too. They didn't stop at the RAM, they didn't stop at NAND. They're like, nah, that's not enough. Now we need your hard drives too. Right? They took away all our GPUs, they took away all our RAM, now they took away all their NAND, and now hard drives. It's just fucked. That bubble needed to pop, like, yesterday. Not yesterday, years ago. Unfortunately, it's still here. Everything is just fucked. Right, everything is just fucked. But yeah. I mean, like the crazy spending on all that stuff, I mean. And, like, the hoarding of hardware. That's what I mean. Not the AI itself going away, because that stuff is gonna stay regardless. Right, but, like, yeah. It's still just fucked up either way. Like, it's just fucked. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. You don't write anymore. You fix it instead. It's not that you write anymore. You don't write anymore. You're instead, like, you're just fixing it. Whatever gets, like, sent to you or whatever. You're looking it over, reading it over, cleaning it up, fixing it, and that stuff, right? Yeah, I figured that's what, like, you'd be doing in that segment. Yeah, you're just reading it. It's not that you still... Yeah, you just... Yeah, because writing takes forever, man. I've written, like, code for, like, FPGAs before because of school. Because of what I studied there. I've written and programmed stuff for FPGAs. That shit was, like, a nightmare in its own way. I don't know if you've ever, like, seen or used the, like, some of the FPGA software to, like, program an FPGA. I've, like, worked with the Intel FPGA before because that's what my college had. That shit is, like, a disaster. Have you like seen the Intel FPGA software though? I used to write x86. I say. Yeah, that stuff is crazy. But like, what's funny is Intel's like FPGA software, like depending on which version you're using, their thing is like broken. Like it doesn't scale properly if you need to use Windows display scaling, and like, in some of them when you're trying to run simulations, there's a bug on some versions that you have to manually just copy paste the code in there to fix every single time. It was so annoying to do it in college. Because it's like, okay, to make one little change thing to and like rerun the simulation, I would have to then let this like other script and just like shove it into the freaking compiler every single time. It was a pain. And the thing would like freeze up and lag and whatever too. And like the other thing too is like for display scaling. Yeah, then of course if it crashes and everything, you have to put the whole thing in over and over again. But yeah. The ceiling is up, Xbitter. But yeah, it's just its own disaster there. A MIPS processor, though. Another thing that's way before my time. Way before my time, that one. But yeah. What was I even doing up there? Yeah, and I'm a good chunk younger than that. Right, I'm a good chunk younger than that. Oh, for sure. Because then you've been through a lot more stuff and seen a lot more changes and everything. Like, I barely remember using Windows XP growing up, for example. Actually, I remember back when I used Windows XP, like, the computers at my elementary school would have like a mix of Windows 2000 and Windows XP machines. I say. But yeah. And the thing too, honestly though, like, would you rather have the crypto bubble again, or would you rather have the AI bubble? For me, I'd rather have the crypto boom around again. Because at least with the crypto stuff, you could just, when you're not using machine, just go put your freaking thing to go mine in a mining pool and make some of your money back. I'd rather have the crypto one. But I also am not in your situation, that's true. Coding is kind of ass. Understandable. But from a consumer standpoint though, I'd rather have the crypto boom again. Because I made some money off of that. The stuff I would use when I'm not using it, I would just let it go crypto mining. That's fair, it does sound kind of depressing. And here's the other thing too with the crypto boom. When the thing faded out, at least all the hardware that crypto miners used actually has a use for regular people. Fuck, even those weird jank PS5s that was sold to crypto miners have a use to the regular consumer if they're willing to go through hoops. They could still make use of that hardware. Even those crypto mining GPUs that didn't have the display outs, because they still use the same drivers as the regular gaming GPUs. As long as you have integrated graphics in your machine, you can still game off of them too. Kind of like how gaming laptops handle a dedicated graphics card. All of those stuff are still useful. But when the freaking AI bubble, like, from like the hoarder side, when that like fizzles out, this stuff will still be around, don't get me wrong. But when all that hardware it's just gonna end up in a landfill. Working at a call center. True, those call centers. Oh yeah, that's true. You could also do that too. You could flip them. But you could also still make use of them. The thing is, even after we like faded out, the stuff was still really useful. But like, you know, when inevitably like the AI, the hardware being used in the AI data centers, once that dies down, you're not really gonna be able to make use of it. No one is really gonna be able to make much use of it. And like therein lies the problem there. So they're just all gonna end up in a landfill. Right, like that's the downside with that stuff. Unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, like that's the thing. And here's the other thing too with these crypto cards. They don't stress the whole GPU. Heck, with crypto mining cards, they didn't even need, like... There was, like, no point in overclocking VRAM and stuff.
I once got a whole
From the weight.
Also, like, during the crypto mining time, it was pretty funny. Because, like, you would have things like an RX 480 and a GTX 1080. They had, people would prefer an RX 480 over a GTX 1080 because they would draw similar power and have similar hash rates. Because despite the GTX 1080 being significantly faster and having much more memory bandwidth, that stuff didn't matter. Because all it mattered was its floating point performance, and that's it. And they were, like, pretty close. The rest of the stuff that, like, the GPU had, like, ROPs, TMUs, and all the other stuff, or the hardware encoder and everything, that didn't matter. So it was funny when you would, like, the only reason why, eventually GTX 1080s and stuff got hit back then was because there wasn't any more 480s to grab. The crypto miners ran out of RX 480s. The GTX 1070 even was better than the GTX 1080 at crypto mining because there was like a weird thing with G5X that like board cache rate. I remember back then. Yeah, GCN was eating compute for breakfast. What's funny though is like nowadays it's like back then like AMD was like eating raw compute if you didn't care about CUDA or whatever compared to NVIDIA by a lot for every tier. But now it's like not even close, like it's the opposite, it's flipped. Like in terms of raw compute now, you have things like a 5060 Ti having more raw compute than the freaking the Pro 9700 or the RX 9070 XT, which is the consumer variant, because of just how they changed the architecture.
The wind's just right.
It's not anymore. AMD isn't raw compute anymore compared to NVIDIA. It was around the 30 series they changed the architecture. NVIDIA changed how they actually have the compute on the graphics cards. Because before, what would happen for every SM, they would have one set of a integer unit and one set of a floating point unit. AMD's is still that way. Each SM on AMD is 64. NVIDIA is different. What they did was, prior to what was it? The RTX 3000 series, they would do the same, but they would have, I think it was like 128 per SM. They actually changed it where they got rid of the integer units on all their cards and then just made it so they replaced it instead, that space, with more floating point units. So, because like the thing is, the floating point stuff can still do integer anyways. So like, if you've noticed the CUDA core count on NVIDIA's cards, it was like, for each performance tier, there was like a massive bump in the 3000 series over the 2000 series purely because of that change. Like the actual raw compute thing skyrocketed like crazy between that. That's why like you see things where like a 5060 Ti has more raw compute than a 9070 XT. Which is like really funny. Yeah, I mean AMD also decided to kill off FP64 compute as well. It was around, what, the Radeon 290 series. Because before that, or was it the 7970, 7950? That's when they were like, nah, if we're just gonna completely kill off FP64. AMD did the same after Nvidia did it. They're like, we'll do it too. It's funny because like there's like a certain point in time where like an older gen, a much weaker GPU from AMD has a way better FP64 than the generation after. Yeah. But like that's basically what Nvidia's architecture is on their GPUs these days. Ever since the 3000 series, or RTX 3000, they shifted to doing things that way. And it's pretty obvious to guess why they did that. It's not. It's not. The Radeon 7 and the Vega 64 are not the fastest. The Navi stuff is faster. The fastest raw compute AMD GPU is still the 7900 XTX, and the Radeon Instinct version of that. I forgot what it's called, but the 7900 XTX is the fastest in terms of raw compute on an AMD GPU. It is faster than the current one, like the thing. Yeah, it is quite some odds there. But yeah, hi Benz. I see you're on YouTube this time. Yeah. I mean, Nvidia went to chase it because of AI. Yeah, they're winning by a lot, and it sucks.
Perfect angle.
Okay, FP64, yes. But not on the consumer one, but not the Instinct one. The workstation version doesn't have it as neutered. I don't remember what it's called though. I'm not talking like not the consumer one, the workstation one. Yeah. Either way, like it's still crazy how much like they neuter the stuff on these. But yeah. Is it that one? Okay. Yeah, because like the consumer one there thing. Yeah, I mean it works. I think it depends on the game though. As long as it's not super heavy on ray tracing, it'll work. But like the RDNA 3 is still pretty behind the oh. I think it's the Instinct one then, not the W7900 then. I don't know, like, the freaking thing with AMD's GPUs have become, like, confusing. Oh well. Alright, I need to use the washroom. I'm gonna be right back. Mostly the forest areas, where it would actually cause my VTuber model to lag out. Because for some reason it was rendering stuff like too many objects that was like that even if you couldn't see them, like the game was pre-rendering them for some reason, and it was just stealing resources away from my graphics card. Right? So you gotta keep in mind that sometimes it might drop like you basically think of it like you're running two games at once if you're playing on the same machine, let alone like if you're playing and streaming. No, this is from Tokyo Xanadu. Wait. You get the poop in your face. I bet you wish you were the camera. I bet you wish you were the camera. Hour and it hasn't been decided. $54390 has been 5 real to 540. You can get we to blue X. Okay, I'm back. So like the thing is with teraflops, it's not the only thing that matters when you're trying to make use of stuff, because there are other things that can be holding it back too. Right, like here's the thing, right? Even if we talk about like raw compute, let's say I had something like I don't know, an HD 16 what was the I think it was like 6990 or whatever, that AMD card from like way back. That thing technically has the same amount of teraflop compute as something like a GTX 1060, for example. But like from that generation, like a freaking GT 1030 would perform similar in games. Despite the compute difference being super massive. But yeah, it also depends on what you're working on too. You can't also just directly compare things. Oh, but yeah. And the thing is though, it's not the only thing to measure now, but GPU processor speed. Because these days GPUs have like different modes, and then like they have a set of processors on the GPU that cannot even do FP32. Right, like the tensor cores and stuff on NVIDIA and AMD stuff, they're doing like FP16, FP8, and then they can do FP4 in some cases. But only the RDNA 4 and then the RTX 4000 and newer from NVIDIA can actually properly do FP8. The older ones, they can do it, but they don't do it at a nice speed. Lulu is just really badly coded, man. That thing can kill a freaking 5090. There are people who've had their 5090s burn at the power connector because Lulu's stuff is just not handled properly. Yeah, there's that too. There's just like VRAM stuff is a major problem. Especially when like on the consumer end they haven't been letting people get access to more VRAM. That is just a problem. But yeah. It is what it is though. And unfortunately things are not really gonna get better. They're just gonna get worse before they get better. If they get better. Which then again is a huge X to doubt. Will things get better? Who even knows? Yeah, there's all sorts of things. Yeah. Everything is just a disaster. There are so many problems with that thing. But it is what it is. Nah, he wasn't playing Wua. Wua was playing him. Big brain. Wait, how the hell did you get banned from Cake Chat? How the hell does that happen? Yeah, people with TVs don't understand. The lower the response time, the better. It makes a huge difference. I see. Bruh. That's crazy.
Time for the professionals to take over.
Let me take over.
Pretty lively here.
But it's also crazy though, just how much the file sizes of a lot of these things are just ballooning and just getting way out of control. It's nuts. Alright, just how like much more bloated everything's getting. Right, like Vu was what? They're about to hit like what? Barely not even 2 years yet. They're already about to hit like 150 gigabytes or something. 150 gigabytes and they still have no content. They got some flashy visuals, but that's it. They're flashy enough to even burn some people's 5090s. I remember I was like watching, what was it? Who was that guy again that... I forget what his name was. He was like the guy who reviews tech stuff and he's like based in South Africa or something. I was like watching one of his news things a while back and he was talking about like a Genshin Impact clone burned some guy's 5090's power connector. But he loaded up the thing on max graphics or something. It drew enough power to just freaking burn his 5090. That poor man. Rip his $3,000 5090. Yeah, UFD Tech, yes. No, he moved back to South Africa. Yeah, it's UFD Tech, yes. No, he moved back to South Africa. He was in the US for a while because of his kid, and he needed treatment for his kid's rare condition or whatever. But now they moved back. Because like they needed treatment in the US for him. For one of his kids. I remember, and then like they moved back last year. So like now he's in South Africa again. Oh true, it might be. I wonder what happened to those rumors of them reintroducing the 3060 though. Right, I heard rumors that they're like gonna bring back the 3060 and I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Like, it's just weird. But I'm gonna guess that got put on ice because of the DRAM shortage. Though it was crazy how like in that generation you have like the freaking 3060 with 12 gigs of VRAM, and then it's just like, okay, the 3060 Ti was 8, I think it was, and then the 3070 also 8, 3070 Ti also 8, the 3080 they have an 8 and a 10 gigabyte version. Yeah. And then AMD is just gonna copy whatever NVIDIA's pricing their things at.
Need to be faster than that.
and just do the same thing.
I'll deliver this one myself.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patronage.
I mean, the 970 was an alright card. It was a solid 3.5 out of 4. Right, it was an alright card. A solid 3.5 out of 4. That happened because they decided to nerf it even further by cutting the bus width on the last block of on the last RAM module block on the card. So like it would have to like daisy chain itself off of another connection to get that last half gig of VRAM. What I remember. And then dual 980s. Yeah. I mean, at the time I was running, I had a 290, and then I bought a 390. And I was running those in Crossfire. That's what I was running in my system at that time. This was back when, like, the early days of crypto mining, though. So what happened was, like, I managed to have, like, a 290 prior to that. And I crypto mined a bit, and then I bought a 290, and then I bought a 390. When that was a thing, and then like I crossfired them. And then when the 1080 came out, I bought the 1080. Again, because crypto mining money I had. This was like a back when Ethereum was worth like nothing. But because it was like so easy to mine, I was able to like make money back so quickly. And I was like I was just in high school, I'm like, okay, cool, I can do this shit. Easy money. Oh yeah, the 1080 Ti was the greatest thing ever. The price too, man. The 1080 Ti price was like, what, $650 or something? When that thing came out, $650 US. Right, like imagine. If we had the 5090 back in during the 1080 Ti days, 5090 wouldn't be $2,000 before it got scalped and like raised and everything, all this other shit. It would have been like $650, $700. Right? It was like the version of the 5090 for the time. That era's 5090. I don't know what she's asking. Yeah. I had so much Ethereum, I hate myself too. I remember when the freaking DAO token thing was a thing, and then Ethereum's price crashed to like nothing. I remember because I was like studying around that time for some of my exams in high school. And it was just crazy because some guy found a way to just steal all the freaking Ethereum and put into the DAO at the time. And then it got forked, and then that's why we had thing. We had like 2 Ethereums after that. But like that was like the biggest sign ever to like never trust NFTs. Because the DAO token was NFTs before NFTs were a thing. It was like the first form of NFTs. But yeah. If you know, you know. Yeah. It's just fucked either way. And the thing is too, with like all this AI art stuff, they can only regurgitate whatever you feed it. Yeah, the freaking card stuff is crazy though. But yeah, no, the physical cards though, yeah. It's crazy how much people are going crazy over those cards. Right, there was like a thing last year where like in McDonald's in Japan, they had some sort of like collab or whatever. And like instead, the guys who bought the freaking Happy Meals were just a bunch of grown men. Right. What do you mean millions? It's like in the billions, man. The Pokemon IP is absurd. The Pokemon IP is worth over 100 billion. Like, the IP as a whole is worth over 100 billion. The cards are definitely, like, worth something in the billions for what they make up with their business.
To the Pink Paws Heist Competition.
But yeah, there are people who have millions in it individually, yeah. This shit is nuts. I know. Like, some of the cards are worth tens of thousands on their own for some reason. But here's the thing though. Are they actually worth all that much? If no one's going to buy it? Right, because like here's the thing. You can speculate and talk about values being what they are, but if no one's actually going to buy it, it's not worth that. If no one's willing to pay it. That's why like that whole type of like collector's market thing is just a disaster and just kind of BS. Because like, you can speculate all you want on the worth, but if you're never gonna have a buyer for it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, fair enough. Right? Like, that's the thing, right? Because if you just let it go and get, like, to a crazy point, you're never gonna get a buyer anyways. Because, like, at a certain point, just no one's gonna care enough to buy it. And that's the thing, too. Why this type of stuff is just so silly. Because, like, eventually just no one's gonna bother to buy it. And then what is it worth? Yeah, it's like, right now, that's what people are gassing up and propping up. But how long will that last? You know? Oh my god, thanks for the follow as well, Fentius. And welcome, I hope I didn't butcher your name. Yeah, will we get another boom in like 20 years? Who knows? But yeah, all this stuff is just crazy. And then you see some like the degenerate like behavior of some people over like the freaking cards and stuff like that. Like fighting over freaking trading card stock at a store, imagine. You'll have like grown men fighting over trying to buy a freaking trading card and stuff. Like the packs of cards at the store and everything. It's crazy. Right, you have like people fighting each other, you have people getting yeah. They do American Dream. Some dream it is. It's not a dream, it's a fucking nightmare. That's what it is. That's true, it's the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. That is so true. I've made the joke many times before as well. Is it really capitalism and a free market if you're not allowed to compete? Is it really that if you can't compete yourself? If it's like just physically impossible? Is it truly capitalism and a free market and everything if you can't? Because for a lot of things that is the case. Yeah. This shit is just impossible at this point. It's just way out of reach. Right, like, we're basically at the point where Donald Trump's meme joke from way back, that small loan of $1 million, is basically a small loan today, with how absurd a lot of those things can be. Right, remember that quote? The small loan of $1 million. I mean, at this point in this economy, it might as well be. Yeah, 1 mil is basically that 100K. And even then, you can't do shit. You could probably, like, make a meme joke where it's like, where you could have a kid be like, "Mommy, I want $1 million," and the mom's like, "We have $1 million at home," and it's just a rundown shack of a house. Because of all this shit that goes on. That's what it is. I feel like you could make it a joke. Right? You've seen the things where it's like, we have whatever at home. And the thing at home. Everything's a disaster, man. But yeah, some disasters are just worse than others. Like, they have people be like, these freaking billionaires, and be like, "You'll own nothing, then you'll be happy." And I'm like, "No, I'll be happy if they're all. If we can get you can get them all kidnapped onto an island with a bunch of cameras playing everywhere, and they're forced to kill each other. That'll make us happy." I think the kids like Fortnite, right? So they should play IRL Fortnite. And then we kill off the winner. Wouldn't that be great? If only. If only.
Pretty bold of you.
Wait, a parking spot being 300,000? That's crazy. That is insane for a parking spot. God damn. Like, that is absolutely insane for a parking spot. What, you mean the thing where, like, force them to play IRL Fortnite? That's what the kids like. So be perfect. And just drop them onto Epstein Island. They love it there anyways. They can kill each other on that island. A fitting place. But like, yeah. Okay, how about this one? I guess this little, I guess we could talk about it when I get to that point, but it will be tied to like that type of game that we're gonna be playing later on stream. But like, imagine if you were a superhero or whatever. Would you actually go and use your shit to help people, or would you just chill and be like, okay, cool. I could do all this shit and that's it. Because like, if it was me, for example, like if I saw some people doing shit like robbing a bank or whatever, instead I would just go grab a fucking lawn chair, sit outside and cheer them on. Some of that type of behavior. I'd be like, you know what? You go and do it. Can you imagine to be like, fuck it, I'm gonna go watch them do their shit for entertainment. If the cops come, just be like watching. Just sit there and watch. And grab some popcorn. Let it all burn. How about you guys? Going super villain. I don't think I'd bother doing that. That's too much work. Use it to just make everything more convenient for me, though, is what I would do.
Pretty bold of you.
So it would depend on what I get. Like, if I could, like, teleport or, like, put portals all over the place, I'd be like, for the lulz, go after a bunch of those clowns or whatever, and just put a portal above them and below them. Maybe strap them in a piece of metal and be like, okay, I'm gonna go solve the energy crisis. I'll just kidnap a bunch of those guys, strap them in a bunch of metal, get a coil of, and like set up a coil of wire or whatever, and just have the portals fall into each other in an infinite loop. Infinite power. Does the random dude need to be in there? No. But it'd be funny. They'd be falling forever. And they'd finally be doing some, putting themselves to use. But yeah. Right, infinite power. But it's okay, you know, some of these guys have, power, these characters have power over space, time, or whatever, but it's okay. In my networking closet, I have power over Ethernet. It's okay, I got power over Ethernet. Take that. No, what's next? You become Darth Vader and then what you do? Piss on the moon? Right, you gotta go piss on the moon? Like Eggman? Surely you've seen that, that joke one, but from that, the Snapcube fandom of Sonic Adventure 2, where Eggman pisses on the moon. It is, quite something. He's like, I guess, and then he asked like Obama at the end, like if he liked it or whatever, when he pissed on the moon. But like, it was just the most, one of the most absurd things ever. No, it's not Darth Vader pisses on the moon, it's Eggman pisses on the moon. Specifically, Eggman's announcement. It's his Twitter announcement. Eggman's Twitter announcement. But yeah. The Kukul was tripping. Right? Because like that scene on the space colony arc when it just like fires the laser. True. I think it was, I forgot what it was, but like there was there was like this video I remember seeing a while back as well, where it's like if Eggman took over the world or whatever, and then it was just like, okay, so what's all the evil shit I can do? And he's like making a bunch of suggestions, and then like, yeah, then they're like, nah, there's something already a lot worse over that, and he talks about freaking the government with taxes and insurance and stuff at hospitals and everything. He's like, he's like trying to say all this fucked up shit, but it's like, nah, they already beat you to it. And it's even worse than his own idea. Which is like, for like, the gag there or whatever they had with that.
I will see you play. Time for the professionals to take over. Trust me. Here's your delivery.
Yeah.
Pretty bold of you.
There's never been a good option, yeah. A lot of things are just bad. I'd rather have a fucking vegetable, if I'm gonna be honest. You know, at this point, if anything, if there's one job I'd rather have AI replace, it's them.
Yes, of course.
Just get them all out, I'd rather have the AI instead. How about you guys? If the AI stuff is gonna come after all the jobs, I'd rather it be them.
Welcome everyone to the pink
At least then maybe the AI could be to something more useful. At this point, I'd rather the AI than them. Oh yeah, for sure. It's not even just that. They probably won't just don't go and dump all the money on like stupid shit too. And you wouldn't have to give money to the AI either. They wouldn't need money either, the AI. And you wouldn't need to, you wouldn't be able to really just go and bribe the AI. You could still gaslight into other things, but yeah. But yeah, like, it is funny when we think about it that way. It's like, oh, the AI sounds like an actual upgrade. Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if the AI would run a better government than those bozos. If anything, like the White House should, and stuff like that, and like the parliament buildings and everything all over the place, they should just be replaced by a bunch of like giant circus tents. And like they should all be forced to wear clown outfits. The people working inside. They should all be forced to wear clown outfits. And then they have to like play music in the background like it's a fucking carnival. Because they're all circus clowns. Now, if anything, circus clowns are a lot more respectable.
Feels good.
Your Claude subscription gives you better life advice? Imagine, wait. Is it, like, how like, useful are even those cloud ones? When you can just run your own local LLMs? Because, like, I doubt, unless you're spending, like, absurd amounts a month on, like, on the services there, they'll let you use, like, more shit on their AI. Versus just like running it yourself. Or running a similar model yourself on your own hardware. I mean, yeah, it's your job. That's a different thing. I guess. Like, I'm just surprised though, like, you don't try to run your own or whatever. That said though, like, it could be worse, man. There was a time where, like, Google Gemini AI, they told me that I should make videos on cars having sex. I'm not joking. I remember, like, I saved, like, a freaking screenshot of it, of when I saw the freaking thing, and it was like, make a video on car sex. And I'm like, what? They want me to make a video on that? Because, like, the AI stuff, like, YouTube, like, there's a thing on the creator dashboard where, like, the AI will suggest video topics and stuff like that. And ideas. And that was just straight up, like, one of them. And it was like, what the fuck? What kind of idea is that? But like, I do wonder if that's like what like some of these like guys running those AI slop channels do. They're like, okay, what does the thing suggest I do today? And then they go enter their prompts into their AI or whatever that they're using, and spit out a video, and call it a day. And then, I mean, not just call it a day. Move on to the next one. Make a bunch in a batch, and then move on from there. I do wonder if that's what those guys do. They're like, I need to come up with something. Yeah. Yeah, for creative spaces and like for like that hands-off stuff, like all sorts of like trade skills and stuff like that, you can't just replace it with AI. And like for engineers and other stuff like that too. You can't replace that shit with AI, but you can definitely replace the bosses with AI.
No big deal. Continue. Trust me.
The actual people doing the work can't be replaced. But the people barking orders can. I mean, they already do. For a lot of people. Yeah, they can't do work, they can't really test. But yeah. But like, barking orders all day, that's easy. Like, at this point too, like, I remember, I don't know which channel it was, there was like just this random YouTube video I was watching. They were like, they had an ad for a freaking AI to tell you what stocks to buy too. So like, the people freaking on Wall Street too or whatever are buying their freaking stonks and shit. And now they're freaking having AI tell them what to do too. They're just sitting there just clicking the approve button at this point. Yeah. Oh yeah, cause like, you'll be able to tell and see all the shit it spits out. It doesn't mean it's bad, but like, you'll definitely have to clean shit up. Especially too when like, a lot of the time as well, like, the AI can like, if they can't hold all the information there that it's working on, it might make things like extremely inefficient and just backtrack on things or like, redo the whole thing from scratch when it's unnecessary. What do you mean it's going to become like Wall-E? It's already that. I think I saw like a video or whatever, somewhere where there's like a town, was it Tyler Oliveira or whatever, he went to this place where like, there's already basically everyone just in the freaking chairs from Wall-E and going around everywhere. And then you have like the freaking kids, the younger generation of the kids or whatever, they're all freaking glued to screens with their iPads and whatever. As well. Like, it's already here. Like, we're already there, unfortunately. Yep. Yeah, the Idiocracy isn't a parody or a joke movie, it's a fucking documentary. And it's just sad that that's like reality. Like, there's also the thing too where it's like they made a joke where like the best, like the most popular TV program in like that world was basically just a bunch of ads running over each other side by side. Meanwhile, it's the freaking, you look at freaking some of the slop and crap being spewed out on TikTok and what the kids are into. It might as well be that. It's not far off from that, just because it's all like all the flashing lights and colors and everything all over the place, giving them their dopamine hit for some reason. Because they have like no fucking attention span. But yeah, hi Mr. Beans boy. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. It is nuts how that's just reality now. And it's only gonna get worse from here. And of course the AI stuff with the AI slop has only made that crap getting spewed out much easier and faster. Your friends' kids are crazy smart because of tech? I think there's like a certain cutoff though. It depends. Because a lot of them just don't know what to, like what I've seen from a lot of younger kids and stuff like that, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just always had the thing out there, but they don't know what the hell they're doing or whatever. A lot of kids as well these days, they can't fucking type. Like my younger brother's like only a couple years younger than me, he can't fucking type on a keyboard without looking at the fucking keyboard. For some reason he hasn't memorized the QWERTY layout. Even though, like, dang. And he's not that much younger than me. And then, like... like, we're at, like, a certain point where, like, there's a... part where, like, you know, it's like we have to go backward instead of, like, younger generation, whatever, teaching the older one on things. You have to go back and baby them and teach them the other way. Yeah, so I was never taught how to type when I was in elementary school and stuff like that. That was never covered. Like, it was never in the curriculum for some reason. And, like, I'm on the older end of Gen Z. It was never in the freaking curriculum for that stuff. I learned it on my own and kind of did that because I used to, because of all the games and stuff I would play when I was younger. Especially with how much, like, I played World of Warcraft when I was in elementary school and early years in high school. I played a ton of World of Warcraft with friends back then. And it was just like, it's just something I had to learn on my own, but yeah. Who knows, man? Who knows? Actually, there was a time when I was in high school where I actually daily drove, like, as my main operating system was Ubuntu. Way back when. There was a time where I was like using Linux as like my main operating system. I was like experimenting with stuff. And then I ended up going back to what I was using because it's like, well, I need certain things to work and I couldn't get the certain thing to work there. And unfortunately there's still things I need to use today that I cannot get working on Linux otherwise. I'd honestly switch over. Yeah, the neural interface and stuff like that. Here's the thing too, there are younger kids and stuff like that these days that don't even want to think. They're like, why should I think when ChatGPT or whatever can do it for me? There are kids these days that think that. Or that like act that way. And it's just scary. Yeah, it's just crazy. Everything's just fucked up. Yeah, they just want to outsource everything. Which is just nuts. They need to have their constant TikTok brain rot dopamine hits. It's really fucked up. Can I pick up any more stuff? Yeah, in a sense, they were basically like modern day boomers. Even though, like, I'm not that much older than those guys. It's just really scary, crazy. And the worst part is, it's like, what's gonna happen when they get older and they grow up? How much worse is it things gonna get? Ah. And then now no one goes outside. Imagine touching grass.
It's not over yet.
Touching grass in 2026, that's impossible. I mean, I've also seen disasters as well to certain places. I remember, like, there was, like, one of the, there was, like, this one park in a specific spot in, the city I live in. And, like, when I remember it the way it was when I was a lot younger growing up. And then if I go see it now, there's just a bunch of fucking homeless tents and drug addicts there. And shit. And, like, needles and stuff like that. Like, you wouldn't want your kid to go there. It's just so fucked how things have changed. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's just... everything is fucked. Yeah. Everything is just a badge. But that's reality, unfortunately. Yeah, everyone's just looking at their screens. For now. And then wait for, like, the neural stuff, and they're not even doing that. Don't worry, it'll get worse. It'll only get worse from here. And it was already bad. Don't you worry, okay? I mean, I'm skeptical on that whole thing, though. Hey, I remember, like, growing up, one of the things I would watch on TV, there was, like, the Mega Man Battle Network anime, Mega Man NT Warrior. Any of you guys ever seen that? That shit had stuff that was, like, kind of traumatizing on what could happen with all this stuff. And why you probably wouldn't want to connect everything together and everything. Right, imagine someone does a funny and they're like, I don't like this guy. Like, what if I go and hack into his, like, cooking appliances or heating or whatever and just burn his house down? It's because funny. You'll have things like that. Oh, or the, like, self-driving cars. Wouldn't it be funny if I go and hack into their self-driving car and go crash them into something? Because that sounds like a great idea. Or what if I go and hijack this train that's controlled over this thing remotely like this, and then have it crash into another train? Or control some switch to derail it and cause another accident? Because funny. And you would have, like, the generic regular everyday villains in the anime do that all the fucking time. There were things where they would, like, hijack a fucking water treatment plant and stuff as well, and cause problems there. So many things get, like, fucked up. It's, like, kind of funny just how scary that can be. And that wasn't a freaking children's cartoon or anime, to be more exact. Right? Based off of the Mega Man, and the Mega Man Battle Network games. They always say it's safe, surely. Meanwhile, those games freaking warn people. They were fucking warnings about this shit. honestly, all I can say is those freaking assholes that like keep trying to prop up all this shit. I hope that they feel the full wrath of the consequences of their own actions there. Right, especially then you have like the things as well. They want like all your ID and everything too. All those freaking idiots like propping that shit up. All those politicians that whatever like praising it or who want to like get that stuff passed. I really hope these malicious actors, these hackers and everything, go and steal all their data and go do whatever the fuck they want with it. I hope they do and they get it in the worst possible way. Like, I would so love to see that. How about you guys? Right, wouldn't it be great? Just to make them feel the worst of everything. Alright, we were just talking about all sorts of topics, so we ended up with that. Things are just all over the place. Well, it's technically not Valentine's Day anymore. It's almost 2 AM in my time zone. But yeah. Let's go loot this stuff here. Yep. Wait, what about Hawaii? What time zone is Hawaii in again? Isn't Hawaii much further behind in terms of time zone? It's another hour for the East Coast. But then if we count Hawaii, it's even further. Further behind that. Technically.
Shift change. Don't make me exclusive delivery. Please sign for delivery.
Let me take over.
I'll handle this part.
Trust me.
Great.
And gotta farm all the funds I can from the extraction mode. Oh, there was barely anything in that room. There was like no point in opening it. That's unfortunate.
Be careful.
Oh, they're not coming in here.
perfect day.
Well, it depends on your time zone. But yeah, for me, it's over. Yeah, it's another hour for parts of the East Coast US, and then I don't know how much longer after that for Hawaii. Not the East Coast, the West Coast. I know, right? It is weird to be counting it down. But somehow we're here doing that. Somehow. We just are, you know? Fair enough. You're living in the future, though. You're living much further in the future than I am. I like making that joke where I'm like, okay, you're in a different time zone ahead of me. You're living in the future. What's the future like? Right, it's like, what's the future like? The clankers give us back our hardware yet? Not true. If we still do the flower thing right now. Gotta open this one. Now for this room. You know, I do wonder though if like the best big brain tactic at some point long term is like get your stuff like super stacked up and then lower the world level or whatever in here just so like you can make the mob scale to be easier to kill and faster later on for this mode. I wonder if that's like the big brain tactic long term. Speedrun, but then you won't be able to pick up any of the cash and stuff. Yeah. I really want to switch over, it's just a lot of the stuff I need just doesn't work. Because, like, it is nicer than, like, Linux is a lot more lighter weight and doesn't just burn through everything. Unlike Windows, which, with how bloated everything is. But a lot of stuff that a lot of us use these days is still Windows only. It would be nice to fully switch over. Maybe one day. Just like, that's one of the things I really liked the few times I have used Linux. It's just how much easier it is to run like a lot of things because it's not bloated. It was even something I noticed way back when I actually ran it when I was in high school on some machines. Because of just how lightweight it was and how just easy, like, a lot of things are just like, it doesn't matter for the average person if all they're using is like a web browser and a couple basic things anyways. It's just that if you need something that needs to run on Windows, you're just stuck. Like, there was a time too where like I even had my mom like daily driving a distro of Linux and she didn't even know. At one point with like a living room PC. She didn't even know. Because all she did was like mostly use a web browser and just watch stuff or read things again in a web browser. Whatever operating she was using just didn't matter. Yeah. I mean, it's not just Ubuntu, there's just a lot of just good distros. Mint is nice as well, right? There's like a Zorin that has like skins to make it look like Windows 7 and then Windows 10. There's like a skin for Zorin for that, which is also kind of nice. But like, yeah. Oh, Bazite? Bazite is interesting, but like, I don't really like Bazite for like, if I'm gonna use it for more than just trying to run games, I would not use Bazite. The problem with Bazite is that for certain things that you might use, let's say a printer for example, the printer we have here has Linux drivers, but they're not built into like the Linux kernel, and I would have to like manually add in the package or whatever to get it to work. The problem with Bazite, because it's an immutable distro, I can't just make it work without like temporarily unlocking it to then put the file where it should be, but then every time I reboot the machine, I would have to do the same thing over and over again, and it's like kind of a pain to do that because it's like a couple terminal commands and then I have to dig through the file system to then make the thing work. If you don't have something that's like rolled into the Linux kernel there. At the same time too, you can't just install a lot of packages that you would on from like a lot of software repositories or different like package managers and stuff like that, because of just how stripped down Bazite is. It is very stripped down. Like, if I wasn't just using it to just play a bunch of Steam games or other Windows games through Proton compatibility layers, like, I wouldn't use Bazite. I wouldn't recommend anyone use Bazite if they need to do more than that. Because a lot of stuff will just not work for a lot of people because of how stripped down Bazite is. That said though, Bazite is perfect in a sense for a lot of users in that like they can't fuck it up, because like no matter what you do to the install of Bazite, one reboot and it will just restore itself back to normal. But like Bazite isn't the only immutable distro that can function that way. Eventually, when Valve releases a full version of SteamOS that you can use, it's gonna behave the same way, but you'll actually have access to software that you can find in like the Arch software repositories. Like you can use Pacman and get stuff that way from the package manager. You'll actually have access to that stuff. But yeah. Bazite? It's like a very specific gaming distro, whatever. A lot of people are like, it's popular with people running handheld PCs like the Steam Deck or like an ROG Ally or the Lenovo Legion Go. But I wouldn't recommend like anyone like daily drive it if they're not gonna just use it to just play games. if you're outside of that circle, it is not a good distro. It is not. Because of how stripped down it is. It is very stripped down. And the advantage is because it's so stripped down, it's even lighter weight to run. Which is great for that type of use case, but it's not for everyone. Like, if all you're doing is just gonna be like working in a web browser or just playing whatever games are on Steam through a Proton compatibility layer, then it's kind of perfect for that. But for a lot of other use cases, not so much. And like, again, like, you know, if you want another immutable distro, there are other options.
To the Pink Paws Heist Competition.
Yeah, Mint or Ubuntu, yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, like, here's the thing, though, right? Even if you're not running a Debian-based distro, you can make software for a Debian-based distro work on a different distro. Like, when I was, like, experimenting with Bazzite, whatever, I was able to make a printer driver that was meant for Ubuntu and other Debian-based distros work on a Fedora-based distro. Which is what, like, Bazzite is based off of Fedora. I was able to make it work. But, like, it wasn't a great experience. But yeah, it can work. Yeah. They're, like, using, like, actual Fedora or, like, the other Red Hat-based ones are a lot better than Bazzite as, like, a general operating system for doing stuff. But, like, yeah. The Bazzite is cool for what it is, but it isn't something I would recommend people just use. But it has its benefits. But like for the average person, an immutable Linux distro is like more than enough for them. It's plenty. For like the average person. And they don't have to worry about like fucking it up. I remember there's like what, a Linus Tech Tips video or whatever where he had like a challenge with against his buddy Luke a couple years back where they were like switching to Linux and freaking Linus for some reason like killed his desktop environment somehow. He somehow deleted his desktop environment. I'm like, what the fuck? Because like yeah, if there are people just copy pasting stuff into the terminal without understanding what they're doing, all sorts of things can happen. I've never heard of that one before. But yeah, there's like all sorts of just distros out there. There's just so many. The most secure, okay. What's actually pretty interesting though is like a while back actually. Not that far back, but we had a point where like now there's like if you look on the Steam hardware survey, there are more people using Linux than there are people using Mac OS. And there's like 50% more Linux users than there are Mac OS users now. Which is kinda crazy. You'd think with all the problems and fuck ups from Microsoft, is that you know, Mac OS would get more adoption, but like nah. Like somehow there are more Linux users now than Mac OS users in consumer stuff, which is crazy. Like I'm obviously not gonna count Android in this because I don't think it's fair to count Android for these numbers anyways. But yeah. Micro-segmentized OS where every application is in its own virtual machine. Oh yeah, that's actually really nice. There's so many advantages into having things that way. It's just really sad and unfortunate that like we can't just do that for everything as a whole. to keep things sandboxed and isolated. Outside of just like security reasons, there are other advantages where like if one thing messes up, it won't kill everything else running on the machine at the same time, which is nice. It has benefits in terms of that aspect too. But yeah. Like, I like the idea of just having everything sandboxed. Like, it's not even just the security aspect, it's just really good for stability. Right? It just so happens that it's also very good for security. Especially with all the spaghetti code that you see in everything these days. In a lot of places and a lot of software. It's just really nice to have.
Ship change. Don't make. I'll deliver this one myself. Trust me. Here's your delivery.
What the hell? Why is... There we go. There's just so much advantages in that. It's just sad that, like, we can't have that. And that's also why, like, I really want a lot more things to just at least allow for, like, Linux stuff to just work. Or, like, support Linux somewhat. Even if we have to be using, like, a translation or compatibility layer. Because at least then, like, it's not super difficult to just spin up a lot of just virtual machines and stuff like that, and on Linux it's a lot easier than on Windows for like separating all sorts of things and just keeping things sandboxed. Heck, for some games I've even played, like some like DirectX 11 games even, there's like the thing you can do to like inject DXVK into older games. And I noticed for some games it like drastically boosts stability. It's just run them through DXVK, even on Windows. Yeah, like it helps a lot, which is crazy. Like it's crazy how much it can help. And like one of the things though that is nice though, like about gaming on Linux with like the Proton compatibility layers, everything that's like that goes on in whatever application you're running through that is basically sandboxed to an extent. Like everything is sandboxed. Like every single like game you run on there, it creates like another, it spins up its own file system for everything. And like just keeps everything separated, which is just really nice. If only we could apply that everywhere as a whole. Well, yeah, for sure. The open source drivers for unlike AMD stuff on Linux is just really good. Heck, this hardware that isn't even supposed to have drivers is somehow supported on Linux. From AMD, such as the BC250, which is just that PS5 I mentioned earlier that AMD sold to crypto miners. Like that shit works on Linux, but it can't use Windows on it, which is like pretty crazy what the open source community has done. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's just been doing that to this day. It will be sad when he's gone. But yeah, I'm really hoping that at some point we can get this thing on Linux NTE to work. Same time too, the reason, like, because of like the launcher issue as well, you can't use Steam input with NTE, which is going to be a major problem if any of you guys like pick up a Steam controller and want to use it to play this game. The Steam controller will not work because it will need Steam input. And to initialize Steam input, you need to have Steam running. But yeah. So hopefully that can get sorted out. Surely at least there's a better chance of it eventually working than not, considering Perfect World is the publisher and like the parent company of the development studio. And if you're curious on who Perfect World is, you guys know Steam, right? You know Steam exists in China, and guess who operates Steam in China? The Chinese version of Steam. Perfect World handles that. So surely they'll maybe cope here. I guess. Surely. But yeah, like that will need to get resolved at some point. And like the thing too is like having an operating system that won't just eat up all your RAM to do fuck all but spit ads at you and whatever. And being able to run the thing on that would be nice. Because, yeah. No clue. But, like, considering that they're, like, the studios get, already, like, they're going to, like, support TOF for at least 10 plus years, and they've already, like, made a commitment to that stuff, it's probably gonna be a long time. Besides, their expenses and costs aren't going to be the same as some of the other stuff out there from the other studios because of how small their team is and how much cheaper their stuff is to develop. Like, as dead as you can say like TOF is or whatever, that shit is like an order of magnitude more profitable than something like Wuthering Waves will ever be. But then again, we have like, when you make something with like 50 people, your costs are gonna be way lower than it's something with like 2,000. Even more so when you're not freaking dumping it all on marketing and all sorts of things constantly. The costs are just not the same. The expenses are not the same. Right, like there's a difference between working with like a AAA game size budget, you know, and not. Like there's a huge difference there. Like I'm estimating by the time like NTE releases, all this stuff they would have probably spent maybe 20-30 million. Would have been like the total budget of the game. Which is like very small. What do you think about it? Compared to some of the other things out there, it's like a relatively tiny. Like I know that they eventually like expanded their team size to around 200 employees working on this project. But again, compared to a lot of the other stuff out there, it's still relatively small, all things considered. But yeah. So I guess there's that aspect I get to think about. Oh yeah, for sure. They have to pay royalties. That said, the royalties for Unreal Engine 5 aren't as big as you'd think. Like, it's not that crazy. The royalties for Unreal Engine 5. They're definitely a lot cheaper than paying for their staff. That much is, like, true. That said, because they are a smaller studio and smaller team, it's a relatively larger part of their budget compared to some other studios where, like, they have hundreds if not thousands of developers. Yeah, it's something like that. It's about 5%. Exceeding 1 million USD per product, but, like, that's the thing though. The 5% royalty isn't that crazy. Right. Yeah, otherwise it's for your money, yeah.
Yes, of course.
Alright, we're at 6 million now. I mean, yeah, you have to license it.
Welcome, everyone, to the Pink Pop.
Yeah, honestly, the best way to end of life or whatever is just pull a Mega Man battle on that battle network. Mega Man X Dive. Right? Where it's just like, you make an offline version, if people have to pay to get it and they can just get all the content, that's fine. Yeah. Right, especially because this game is mostly single player anyways. Sure, there's multiplayer features, but it's a primarily just single player game. So if they ever get to that point, releasing an offline version with all the content would be nice. Yeah, it would be nice if they can, like, have some sort of plan for that down the line. So of course, I doubt we'd have to worry about that stuff anytime soon. Oh, we got some... Oh, they finally fixed the translation here. Okay, cool. That's like a nice big boost there. I mean, it's not just Steam that takes 30% cut. The Google Play Store, the iOS App Store from on iOS devices, the PlayStation Store, Nintendo eShop, Xbox stuff, the Microsoft Store, they all take the same 30% cut as well. That said, though, at least with Steam, you at least get a lot more stuff included and covered from that 30%. Like, if I had to honestly, like argue or say something about that type of fee, whatever, at least Steam has some value to it. Yeah, and they lowered afterwards. And here's the thing, though, with Steam. Again, they at least add value to it with the extra features, the community hub, the cloud saves being included in everything, and the customer support and stuff like that from Steam. But yeah. And then after that, it gets lowered even further to 20%, I think. Or something, I heard. But, like, realistically, it's... yeah. For a lot of things, they're still dealing with the 30%. But either way, there's at least a value that's, like, in Steam. And of course, there's, like, the other features as well. And then there's also things like Steam Input. The contribution and stuff like that for, like, some of the support and compatibility layers that, like, Valve and Steam have been working on with Photon, and there's specs that they've been, like, bankrolling and everything. Like, the fact that at least they're doing that with the money, which is a whole lot more than you can say about, like, any of these other companies. Right. Like, with Valve and Steam, at least they can justify it. Ain't no way you're justifying that for, like, other platforms. Like, no way. They don't provide all that shit that Steam does. Right, and then, like, on consoles as well, they, like, force you to pay for an online subscription if you want to even play with other players online in your games. Because they're like, well, fuck you, you have no choice in the matter. And, like, that's the thing, right? Because of how good it is for the end user and the consumer, like, the other reason why everyone's just using Steam is because they made it, like, better than everything else on the platform in terms of usability. Their support is way ahead of, like, literally anything else. And it's, like, it's not even close. Right, and they don't force a lot of BS on you. Like, for the actual users themselves, Steam adds value to the consumer, but, like, I can't say that for, like, any other online store. They're not adding value to the user. Yeah, especially with the thing towards indie games and all that stuff, too. It, like, Steam adds a lot of value to the actual people using it. That's why people are really happy and, like, will keep using it. And even then, like, the value in them is pretty terrible too. When we're talking like hundreds of dollars for a single character. And even then, it's not even the full kit. And then even then, past that, the core gameplay of it is just not that great for the vast majority of them. They're actually, like, pretty bad. If it wasn't for the hot anime waifus and husbandos, people wouldn't even give them like, would even, like, consider touching them or whatever. For a lot of them, that's, like, pretty much the case. But, like, yeah. But it also helps how they're free. As in, like, to get it, like, as your barrier to entry for the most part. You just need to be able to play the thing, to run the application or game. And for a lot of people, they're good enough. I wouldn't call them good, but I would say for a lot of people, they are good enough. Right, the key word there is adding enough to it. Of course. Because, I mean, like, you start going past that and looking at everything as a whole, that's when they tend to fall short. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, if you look at, like, all the existing, like, open world gacha games that are out there, if I was to, like, rank them in terms of, like, actually utilizing the open world and justifying if they have one, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, you might as well just go play a fucking Ubisoft game, because you'll at least have a way better version of that in any of those than the vast majority of them. Because they honestly just don't do enough with them to really justify it. Like, if I was to put a tier list, I think I would put, like, right now, NTE does the most with it, and then after that, it's like, you have, Toph, kind of, and then Infinity Nikki. And then, like, at the very bottom is, like, where you would have stuff like Genshin and Wuthering Waves, because they basically are just a decoration as, like, a marketing point and nothing else. Because they're basically missing actual shit to do in the open worlds. And then, like, in Wua, like, people are too busy praising the fact you can skip through everything in there faster. And not because there's actually anything in there at all in the first place. They're just looking at, like, pretty flashy graphics, and you're just skipping through the shit as fast as possible with whatever they have. But if I'm gonna be honest, from, like, a level design standpoint, like, what the fuck? It doesn't exist. And I think one of the things as well, like, back in 2020, when one of the things that really helped with Genshin popping off, like, everyone was playing Genshin when that came out. There were freaking people who would play all sorts of, like, just, like, normies playing other types of games and stuff like that. They were playing it. Like, you had people doing, like, speedruns or, like, mods of, like, older Zelda games and shit like that. People making a lot of content of that. They were playing it too. What's funny, though, is, like, you flash forward to today, 99% of those people who touched it back then, they're all gone. And it's like, gee, I wonder why. Because it's like, they go back to doing what they're doing after that. And it's like, if you've seen the early portion of Genshin, specifically the Mondstadt setup, and then, like, that extra hidden thing with the statues in 1.0 leeway, the way the game was designed and set up, it was, like, a great way into tricking people into thinking it was, like, a Zelda clone back then. And to an extent, that's kind of what people wanted. But then, like, you get past it to see what the stuff they have in Genshin these days and everything past that point. And it's, completely, like, far away from that. Because the stuff instead is designed around, what's the next waifu or husbando we can try to scam people out of for, like, you know, $400+ per guaranteed copy, let alone the MSRP of a $59 to get the full complete kit. and then doubled up on that thing for their signature weapon type of thing. And like they're designing stuff around, focusing around that more so than the actual game part itself. And that's like the unfortunate slippery slope with a lot of these gacha games. And it's why as well, if you've seen like people doing, like outsiders or whatever, looking at some of the stuff in there, or people like reviewing some of the hardware in a lot of like mobile devices using mobile chipsets, a lot of them will scoff at or like they'll shiver at the thought of thinking about these games because of that. And like a lot of them, like the more credible ones, a lot of the time they're looking at freaking doing shit these days, like running Steam games through like game native and whatever PC emulators, or like running a bunch of older console games again on emulators, especially stuff like the Switch emulator, because like that's the thing. Yeah, fair enough. I'm like in a similar boat as well for a large chunk of it most of the time. Not completely though, but I've also made my stuff back. And in some cases with some of these, I just get everything covered for free anyways. So I end up in a different position where it's like, yeah. But it is funny though, and like, yeah, people putting these things on a pedestal, and then if you ask them if they ever played any games or whatever before, like outside of this stuff, they basically haven't played anything before. And it shows from a lot of those people. Because like, yeah, for the most part from a gameplay standpoint, there's, in the vast majority of them, there's not really much there. But like, hey, flashy visuals and stuff, great distraction for them. Oh, that's a big bundle of cash there. I say. I haven't, like, tried Nikke before. I played a bunch of Stellar Blade, but I never finished it because, I had issues when I was playing it back then. But that was before I upgraded my graphics card. And the reason why was because of, VRAM issues. Stellar Blade, even if you tone down a lot of the settings, 8 gigabytes of VRAM is not enough for Stellar Blade. It is not. Like, it is just not enough.
Yes, of course.
Because you just straight up run out of VRAM. One of these days I do want to like go back and finish it, but yeah.
Welcome everyone to the Pink Pond.
I barely even got that far in it. I forgot where I was, but I remember I finished like the first area and like the second area or whatever, main area in the game. It's just that like, it got so bad with the stutters and like frame drops and spikes because I was running out of VRAM that it was just basically unplayable. So I stopped. It shouldn't be an issue now for me because I moved on from my 3070. But like, yeah. The problem is, again, these days, still 8 gigs of VRAM is like being pushed everywhere and it's, you know, not enough. Like, heck, that Steam machine, right, that thing that's coming out will only have 8 gigabytes of VRAM as well. And for some reason on the spec page of the thing, they're also using the F SKU of the Ryzen CPU, meaning they're not putting in the integrated graphics, which honestly is somewhat of a concern too. Because like the integrated graphics can let you get away with a lot, and like here's one of the things I also did to help with the VRAM issue with Stellar Blade to give me a bit more VRAM. I actually unplugged my monitor from my graphics card and plugged it into my my integrated graphics when I was playing it on stream, just so I could like save an extra 1.8 gigabytes of VRAM from not having to drive my monitor on my graphics card. And like it still wasn't enough. Like that's the thing you can do as well if you have integrated graphics on your CPU. Plug your monitor into your integrated graphics and use the stuff to pass through the graphics card that way. There's a small performance hit, and it requires a bit extra configuration work, but it saves you a bit of VRAM. So like, it is something to consider if you ever have issues running a game with that. Like that. Through the thing, yes. There's a small performance hit. No, it has to go through the iGPU. What do you mean, what's my Twitch? You're on my Twitch right now. There's one red phone. Yeah, it's on the CPU though, yeah. The thing is though, it's not that bad these days if you have like, if you're going with like a full PCI Express by 16 link and stuff like that, because it has to go through the PCI Express bus. Right, and you have like the thing that way. Like, it's not that big of a penalty. It's like barely noticeable in a lot of cases. If you're like more GPU limited anyways, to like pass it on that way. It's not that much of a help though on the lower end graphics cards for these days though, because for some reason NVIDIA and AMD, they're like, for their lower tier cards, you only get a PCI Express by 8 configuration. While like the 9070, 9070 XT, and the 5070 and above, they all get a PCI Express by 16 link. But the 9060 XT and below, as well as the 5060 Ti and below, they're only by 8. And like the actual PCI Express like link speed is what matters in that, to just move it across. Like having that full by 16 link is where you would really need it if you're to use it that way. And keep in mind, like on laptops, this is basically how they handle like display output from dedicated graphics anyways. They pass it into the integrated graphics. But like what's unfortunate and like really bizarre is, despite the Steam machine using a mobile tier graphics, they're omitting the integrated graphics on the Ryzen CPU.
Noted. I will see through the nexus.
Because like, it would be really helpful. It would also help as well for people doing like in-home streaming or something, because then they can use again, they can save some performance as well by using the iGPU to encode everything.
Your express delivery.
Like, it is funny how like a lot of people don't realize that there is actually a use for the iGPU. There's a lot of people out there that think it's completely useless if you own a dedicated graphics card. I mean, like, basically every processor you get these days is risk-based. Your x86 processor is risk-based somehow. It just somehow is. Right, your Intel, your AMD CPUs since the mid-90s, they have all been risk-based at a hardware level. But there's other stuff going on, and that's why like IPC is a thing. Part of why.
No big deal. Continue.
Because of just how they work. But yeah, like, the interesting thing too is like, the ARM CPUs these days, they're like not that more efficient anyways, compared to like a freaking Ryzen CPU. They're actually not that more efficient. Even like on mobile, which is kind of crazy. But again, it's because of how they are from a hardware level. Well, for yes and no. It doesn't on AMD. The reason why it doesn't on AMD is because have you ever seen the like what's underneath the IHS on a Ryzen CPU? There are three like silicon spots on there on the silicon dies on the Ryzen CPUs on AM4 and AM5 and the mobile variants. One is the I/O die, and then there's two of the CPU core dies, right? If you have 8 cores or less, you only have one of the CPU dies. That said, the integrated graphics is not on the CPU core die. It is on the I/O die. So the actual temps of your iGPU do not really direct your CPU temps that much. Like, they barely have an impact. This is on AMD, this is not on Intel. On Intel, it's not the same. But on the Ryzen CPUs, anything Ryzen 7000 and 9000, it's all going to be that way. The I/O die is where the graphics are, not on the CPU die. Yeah, I'm using a 7950X3D. Right, it's just, which means I'm basically running a 7800X3D and a 7800X non-3D at the same time. I basically have both at the same time, but it doesn't really matter for just raw gaming because the performance is the same. Unless you're doing other stuff that you can use the other cores for. But like, yeah. There's like no real loss in using the integrated graphics there. If anything, depending on what you're doing, it's like you can use it as again like extra display adapter if you're running more than 4 monitors, or if you want to do that crazy Frankenstein setup thing and just run all your displays on the integrated graphics and pass everything another way around. Yeah, fair enough. With the typing there. But yeah. Integrated graphics really does come in handy. I do wish, though, that there was a lot more support for the stuff you could do with AMD's integrated graphics. Because, like, if I was going to, like, put integrated graphics on a tier list as, like, a secondary graphics adapter, Intel's iGPUs, even from, like, a couple generations back, is a lot more useful than AMD's integrated graphics. Like, we could go back down to, like, Skylake, in terms of, like, software support and, like, things you can do with it, because of, like, quick sync and stuff. There's a lot more practical use on the Intel integrated graphics if you don't need it for, like, just pure compute. I use the integrated graphics all the time because it's just super handy for all sorts of things. Like, especially, like, on this PC here, like, for background applications. Like, I don't need to freaking power up my 5070 to go and, like, you know, open up Chrome tabs or whatever. That's way too overkill. So I might as well save on power and just use the integrated graphics that I already have anyways. And things like that. Right, like, I can just run them off there. If I'm, like, I can use it to encode and, like, send stuff across my other machines as well. So, like, the way I'm using my dual PC streaming setup is that I have OBS opening on the PC I'm gaming on, which is... And then I have, OBS set to run on the integrated graphics. And then I have it doing, like, a very high bitrate H.265 encode across my network. And then my other computer is just taking it and then outputting it to you guys. I say. Yeah. If you can get creative, there's a lot of like really good use cases for integrated graphics. Like for me personally, whenever like if I ever buy a new CPU in the future, whenever I get to that point, like I would never take having integrated graphics for granted, and I would like it is a selling point for me to have like a good integrated graphics on there that I can take advantage of. It is somewhat of a selling point over like not having them, as well as, you know, troubleshooting in case something goes wrong. It's nice to have like a fallback, just peace of mind there. But of course, like I'm doing stuff with mine that like obviously average person isn't doing or probably doesn't know about. But yeah. Yeah, like for a lot of people when they have like a dedicated graphics card, they kind of just forget and underutilize the fact that they have integrated graphics. Because like these things have gotten really powerful these days. And like especially on mobile, like the fact that like the next generation of Intel's iGPUs for mobile that's gonna be in laptops later this year, like, is being able to like put performance on par with like things like a GTX 1070 with support for stuff like AV1 encoding and decoding and stuff like that. You know, it's pretty crazy when you think about it. Right? Like, imagine not using it. Right? Like, you know, 10 years ago, you probably would have, a lot of people would have been crazy to have, like, a GTX 1070 as, like, their graphics card to, like, play games and stuff off of. And, like, having that as an iGPU is nuts. But, of course, with a lot more modern features, and you can do things like AV1 encoding and stuff. And especially with, like, the current things with, like, GPUs pricing and stuff like that, for those that have a lot of, like, just, regular just system memory, like just a lot of RAM in their main machines, that were able to get that stuff before everything went to shit. Again, that type of fallback, you can stretch out like your limited VRAM a little bit further. Like in practice, if I ever get desperate enough, I can basically treat my my 5070 as if it had 14 gigabytes of VRAM, even though it only has 12. If we compare it to the average person using the machine, because they're wasting 2+ gigabytes of VRAM to just drive their display, to just have it plugged in. Right, like you can save a bunch that way. And with how things are going these days, who knows if we'll actually need to be doing that. But it is nice to have. At least on the consumer side. Yeah. Like, it's like a really weird, strange piece of advice. But it has its own practical use case. Okay, hit the earning cap. Cool. So, a Raspberry Pi. I used to remember when the Raspberry Pis were like very cool, cheap boards that you can work with. And then like they got popular, and then now like the freaking Raspberry Pis get like scalped and everything. And like the price on those things are crazy now. things were different way back when. Actually, yeah, I remember like it was like 12 years ago. Actually, I was like looking at this stuff while I was still in like I was like barely in high school. I learned about these things and I'm like, you know what? What if I just like had one of these in like the living room to act as like a computer thing there to like just for web browsing or like video playback and stuff. I ended up going down a rabbit hole and buying like one from this Korean board. I think it was like called the Odroid something, and like we had that like daily. I was like daily driving there for like running a version of Linux on there. But yeah, oh yeah, I'm like just using my old computers as a server though. But like yeah, like I just like a regular machine to like just browse the web or watch videos and stuff like that. And like I had my mom using that and she didn't even know. She didn't even notice. For a long time, way back then. She was just like using Ubuntu. Not Ubuntu. Yeah, she was using Ubuntu. It was actually no, it was Lubuntu. It was like the thing, the lighter weight version of Ubuntu, but distro of Ubuntu, but yeah. She was like running that as like her daily driver. Because again, it's just for a lot of people, they're just using a web browser or whatever. They don't really need all that much stuff. And like you can again, if like for video playback, you can run Plex on it. Right, you can you can run Kodi or whatever. Good stuff. But yeah, now we need another 2 mil, and then we can get the thing. I want to get the villa. But we're too broke to afford the villa. Yeah, I can imagine that's gonna take a while for a lot of players as well when this game releases. To get things like the villa and stuff unlocked. Yeah.
Greetings. Welcome, lost souls.
Of course, not enough to unlock the thing there. That's fine. Alright, I guess we'll move on to the next thing now then anyways. We spent like 4.5 hours here on NTE. But yes, she's been playable. I've been using her. Alright, let me get the thing I've been wanting to like try and play, boot it up. Because I have been like waiting to try this other game as well. And then we'll end off later on with the Snowbreak stuff after. So now we're gonna change category. Man, this category is like so edge. That I switched to. Okay. Strategically avoided Valentine's Day, yup. Alright. Alright, let me get this thing resized. Because this one's a pretty cool game as well. But yeah, welcome Kazuki. Alright. What? Lacromancer? What's that? Alright. Do we have... Okay. This thing just behaves weird. When I like resize the thing. Okay. Well, it's an indie game. We'll put it up, we'll max that out. Yeah, there's no point in going to unlimited. But yeah, this one's a pretty cool game, you'll see. I don't... Alright, I got my controller ready. New game. This one's like pretty sick. You'll see. I remember when we were like talking about like the superhero shit like a couple hours ago. It would have been more fitting to talk about it over this. Because you'll see. Alright, there's a kaiju coming. Alright, her name is Rhea. Star sucks coffee. It says Star sucks coffee at the thing there. Right, here to film kaiju, okay. But why? Star sucking, yep.
いや、あんた逃げなって安全なとこに。たくしょうがない。変身。私が倒すしかないか。
おはようございます。ヒーロー活動を開始します。戦闘態勢に移行。
やってやる。
I can like jump from point to point? Okay. I can grab him? Yeah, well that's... Well, that's pretty sick, that attack there.
ずいぶんでかいタイプもいるみたいだね。
Use Bento the pinch, okay. Yeah. Oh shit, I died. Let me try that again. I have to get like used to the controls here. Oh, that was like immediate. Oh, I got blocked by the thing there. Oh wait, I can just like do this. We're not doing NTE right now though. We just did 4.5 hours of NTE earlier. Imagine though if you could do this at NTE. I see. I've been like streaming it like almost every day. You missed the NTE stuff from earlier though. Because we've been live for more than 4.5 hours. Oh, is it dead? Nice. Wait, right now you're looking at Mightreya.
あんたまだいたの。そんなに怪獣に殺されたいわけ。そんなものを恐れていては真実なんてつかめません。
The demo for this came out the other day. I've been like wanting to play this for a while.
さっきの戦いお見事でした。まさか同じ学校にヒーローがいたなんて。
Oh, they go to the same school? Okay.
やめてくんない。別にそんな大げさなもんじゃないよ。
お名前は？ぜひ命の恩人のお名前が知りたいです。
レイヤだけど。
ありがとうございます。僕はニオと言います。レイヤさん、海抜隊なんかが集まってくる前に場所を移した方がよくありませんか？
I wouldn't say Spider-Man. How is this Spider-Man?
帰って寝るか。
Wait, camera assist now?
さすがはヒーローです
Stale penalty. Repeating the same attack will reduce damage and knockback. It also looks boring on stream and lowers your score. Mix in moves to fight effectively. Okay. Using launch and smackdown. Perfect alt attack. Launch an enemy. Oh, okay. Perfect dodge. Yeah. Oh, I have to press the stick. I can... Charged one? Why is it not like counting it? How much charge does it want?
戦闘続行可能。
Yeah, I've done it like multiple times. I did the thing I showed in the tutorial multiple times. Yeah, it might be bugged. Because like, this isn't the full tutorial, so like, I wanna know if I'm missing something.
問題ありません。
Wait. Wait, what was that attack?
軽度のダメージ。 反撃です。
Yeah, like, it's not working. Alright, well, let's get to the next one. No, I am getting the points. Uh,
都合により時間が少し飛んだようですね。大丈夫です。ちゃんとカメラは回
the
して
camera's still rolling? Okay.
それはいいってだから。ていうかこれどうすればいいと思う？
この謎の崩壊地帯を進んでいくのではないでしょうか。どこかに出口があるかもしれません。
そうだね。まあとっとと帰りたいし。
おっと、それはヒーローとしてあるまじき発言ですよ。
はいはい。
配信開始です。
Yeah.
配信開始。
Oh, okay. She's like being recorded. A takedown. Using right trigger when the enemy's HP is low. Hit at the right time to score bonus. Okay.
適正アートマ反応。追加ウェーブ出現。
敵です。盛り上がってきてます。
That's gonna be sick.
いつでとダメインバーストスタン状態
敵がクラクラです。スタイリッシュですね。いいえ、いただきです。
There goes Dodge.
うざい敵だったな。
レイヤさんお見事。
よっ。
Right. I think those give points. And dodge. And there we go. Okay. Alright, you have a good night then, Kazuki. This game is pretty cool. Oh, we got a dead enemy. Okay, that was pretty sick. Just grabbing him and throwing him like that. Yeah, we got double S. Well, that's nice. Yeah, going from 900 megabit to 1.6 gigabit, nice. Is it both upload or and download, or is it just upload or in the upload download? Because for some reason my ISP is like you get 1.5 gigabyte, well gigabit, but it's only. It's only download. Oh, I would have to like use run. Okay. Let's go. What, you want the problems here instead in this city? Fair enough.
然です。
ナイスブロック。
Another dodge.
さすがです。
Alright, let's see.
フラッグを検知。
やってやる。
レイヤさん、いけそうですか？敵がクラクラです。みんなのコメント気持ちいい。
Oh.
さらに敵出現。
気を引き締めていきましょう。大丈夫ですか？
Oh.
でしょ。
Oh shit, I died.
まずいです。
Wait, where does it spawn me?
取れ高お願いしますよ。
Is it all? Okay, there's a checkpoint. Okay, cool. Oh, that hits really hard. That thing hits really hard. Okay.
いつでもどうぞ。 おっと、敵兵です。 スタイリッシュですね。飛ばされた。油断した。
Oh shit. This will put me up here. Alright, that's nudge. My health is low though. Yeah, the character is just there. They're not doing nothing. I mean, it's not that they're not doing anything, but they're just freaking recording me. Yeah, it's the freaking cameraman. Except instead the cameraman's a waifu. But she's flat. So maybe not.
どういう
さて帰って次のミッションを受注しましょう。
待って、また時間が飛ぶの？
Oh, I gotta be.
これで終わりだっけ？
お見事です。
But yeah, she's just there recording.
また知らないところだ。
Where are we now?
いい加減にして。
まあまあ。あ、誰かいますよ。どなたでしょうか。
節操、羅刹天の夜叉なり。いざ尋常に勝負。
なんだか知らないけど相当やる気だね。
問答無用。
A boss fight. Bosses don't flinch from normal attacks except ultimate attack and guard break. By lowering the gauge below their health bar, go all out with their guard and the guard is down. Oh shit, I died. Okay. But yeah, it's a bit hard to keep him tracked on the camera. Alright, we got him. Okay. Are you just gonna karate chop him? And now he's dead. Yeah, it's great how the other character just standing there. Yeah, it reminds me of the Miraculous Ladybug where she just puts an eye mask on and then for some odd reason she just no one notices they're the person they know. Yeah.
まあまあやるね。手間取らせやがって。二度と逆らうんじゃないよ。
ふむふむ。こいつはおそらくこのデモ
He's the boss of the demo? Okay.
ちょあのさ、あんたそういうことは言わない
You're not supposed to say it out loud.
あ、すいません。おめでとうございます、レイヤさん。デモ版クリアですよ。
Alright, we beat the demo.
もはや何も言うまい。
それでは製品版でお会いしましょう。さようなら。
ヒーローと怪獣との戦いが日常化した世界。ここに新たなヒーローが誕生しようとしていた。
怪獣？いや、あんた逃げなって安全なとこに。たくしょうがない。変身。私が倒すしかないか。
おはようございます。ヒーロー活動を開始します。
怪獣を撮影とかマジで何考えてんの？
まさか同じ学校にヒーローがいたなんて。
なんかこれってまるで動画配信者じゃない？
この町の怪獣を倒してる英雄的存在だぞ。部長大変です。
そんな 僕が消失した。
我ら羅刹天です。
よう人間ども、邪魔する者は容赦しねえ。
ずいぶん上から目線だね。
拙僧は羅刹天が一人、夜叉。
お前ら登録者数は？
コメントが早い。
我々のチャンネル登録者数、貴様らのはるか上です。偉そうにして当然です。
わらわは地獄の女王。逆らう者は死ぞ。ヒーローども、いつでも挑戦待っておるぞよ。
そんなに戦いたいなら私が相手してあげようじゃん。
いいぜ、その生意気。
もうちょっと苦戦してる感じ出ませんか？
もうちょい言わないでよバカ。
今更ですが彼氏とかいませんよね。
いやー、ショック。
It's like it is the last one.
お主、
Figure it
ハ
out.
ートマを力任せに使っておる。
ぶつける以外のやり方なんて知らない。
俺はあの人に憧れてヒーローになったんだ。
Oh, this is a pretty cool trailer though.
なんかヒーローっての期待されてもさ。
そんなことより取れ高を期待しますよ。
今すぐ Steam のウィッシュリストに登録。
さあみなストーリームオンだ。迷わずこっちみな。上域なプロフィールなんだ。
Like, we just beat the demo. A rank. Cool.
お見事です。
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Oh, there's like tutorial, level 1, level 2, and then test level. Okay. Wait, what's level 1? Oh, you can like jump while in there.
ちょっと待って、ここは街が崩壊してるよ。
Oh, this is the... It's this area. So then level 2 is probably the boss fight. Yeah, the thing I need to get used to though is like the scuffed camera. I need to like change some of the controls though. Having run on that button on the left trigger is a bit awkward. But yeah, this game is pretty cool. Alright, we're done here though. For now. But yeah, that was a really cool demo. Controls are a bit awkward to get used to though. But yeah, that one was pretty cool. I'll definitely play that one when it comes out. But yeah, I'm gonna have to like get used to those controls. I don't normally play a lot of games on those types of games on controller as well. So I was pretty rusty on that one. But it was pretty cool. Alright, we'll get into the Snowbreak one now. This one's where it gets a bit spicy later. Alright, this one's gonna get a bit spicy in a bit. Get some of the stuff in here. But yeah, that Mightreya game apparently it was made by like one of the devs that worked on the Devil May Cry series. Though I guess to some extent you could kind of tell with the thing there with the style points and the counter thing and whatever. Okay, sure, more than a bit. Fine. Alright, let me just put a thing then. Alright, switch the thing there, the disclaimer on the Twitch side. Oh, I should turn on the in-game music again. Oh, they gave like a bunch of stuff for Valentine's Day there in the mail. Each of the girls gave something. Okay. I'll let it sit in the mail for a bit though. Because I want to make the most out of those limited supply chips. Eh.
Nice pick, darling.
Nah, it's just like we're just looking at the cultured content here. That's all. We're just partaking in the cultural content. Yeah, that's it. The cultured content. Because yes. Okay, that didn't reset yet. Joden Tunnel is not reset. Wait, I have this thing to do. We'll do one run of these. No, my bedroom's not getting flooded. Alright. Okay, it's that stuff, and then there's... I'll have to get Dono Duel done at some point. But no, the main thing... This is where we get the spicy thing. This is here. Okay, what's...
Come sit with me, darling.
Alright, what's here?
Are you thirsty? Would you like a drink? Here,
Holy
let
jiggle.
me-
Then she just spills it.
Well...
Oh, now we have to clean it. Okay.
Don't forget about your drink. You did that on purpose, didn't you? But I liked it.
Alright, we have her hand. Oh?
Darling, what are you doing?
Okay.
Give me a mark that says yours only.
Okay then. Oh, we have to like draw on her with a lipstick. Okay.
Let me see the mark you've left. Could you lift it for me? This mark. I love this mark. It feels perfect on me.
Okay then. Oh, here, the leg.
I've been standing for so long today. My feet are starting to ache. Darling, could you help me, please? Darling, what are you?
Okay then, wait, what does it want? Oh, I have to grab this? Oh, do I have to like remove it?
It stopped hurting just like that. Oh, that feels almost magical. You really can do anything, darling.
Okay. Let's see the next scene. Alright, her head. Oh, look at the chick. This is quite something. Oh, does it do anything, or is it just moving her around? Oh, we can like really just send this all over the place. Look at the jiggle. Look at it go.
Don't worry, I'm alright. It just startled me for a moment.
This is why shooters get the M rating, right? Right, now we know why shooting games get the M rating, right? Surely. Alright, what's the other one? Oh, here. Well, there goes her shoe. No. I got warnings though.
Here it is. Darling, tie it
I have to
tight
just put the
before
thingy
next
though.
time.
The content warning. Okay. Well, let's see. We can grab her ass. Where did she go? Oh, she falls over.
I wasn't quite steady. It's fine. It doesn't hurt at all.
How about her arm?
Darling, just one touch is not enough at all.
It is quite the game. Is there any other things here? Nope. Okay, next one. Oh, here, we can pull this.
It's getting, huh? 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 It's getting tighter.
Oh, and then we go here. What? I thought we were trying to pull the ribbon here.
It's getting tighter. Huh? Huh? It's getting tight. Huh? Huh?
Okay, I guess we'll see what's down here. Oh. Okay.
Darling, must you stay so far away? Come a little closer. Won't you?
Oh, that's the freaking mark we put earlier. Okay, is that it for that scene? I guess it is. Alright, here we go. We're here for story, right?
Darling,
We're supposed to do this
did I
for
keep you
story.
waiting long? Since it's our covenant ceremony, I wanted to take the time to look my best for you. As long as you like it, it's no trouble at all.
Alright, intimate chat. No, it was for something else. It was because I showed the sleeping thing and Toph in a bed. It wasn't this.
Darling, you're early. Darling, does this place feel a little too plain for you?
What made you think that?
I know you've never cared for material things, but I still can't help wondering whether what I can give you could ever be worthy of you. But now, I'm no longer
It was almost a year ago. No, it's not.
Your affirmation has given me confidence.
Keep in mind, we're supposed to be collecting them like Infinity Stones. Like Thanos collects Infinity Stones.
It seems the ceremony is about to begin.
No, it was a sleeping animation.
At last, we can
They got me
embrace
hit.
this long-awaited moment. Not for my family or duty, and not because anything demands it. Simply because our hearts have chosen each other. Thank you for accepting everything I am.
Yeah, that's why I changed it to just be a stream replay. Alright, here. Now the
I
Covenant.
wonder if you've heard, darling. In Lucalan, every Covenant ceremony begins with a dance. So you already know. I wonder if you've heard.
Wait, how do I do the
darling.
dance?
In Lucalan, every Covenant ceremony begins with a dance.
I say. No, it's because like I used I was doing AFK drops, and there's like a bed in top thing, so I just put my character to sleep as and then just let it autoplay for a while, and that's what got hit. But it's just like the character in top sleeping, so that's why I switched it to just like recording parts of the stream early and just having it replay the stream instead. I switched my thing to being that because Twitch got me for that. How do I? Oh.
Today, I'm not the heir of House Andriati, nor a Heimdall operative. I'm simply your Marion.
But yeah, anyways, I found a way around it. I'll just replay the stream from earlier. Alright, put it on her.
Looks like I'm officially yours now. From now on, please take care of me even more.
Wait, did we get another scene?
Darling, what are you? I almost hate to see it go. That tickles. Wait. I like it. Please keep going.
Well, that was something. Okay. That was indeed something. Right, that was indeed something. Right, where's Marion? Oh, she's there.
Shall we sit together for a while?
Oh, the model maker I used was Vroid. I used the Vroid Studio. That's what I used. But yeah. And then as for the thing to output, there's all sorts of stuff out there. But yeah, you should uninstall. Welcome. You're a bit late though. You're like almost 6 hours late. You missed the NTE stuff, and then we were playing Mightreya earlier as well. You missed it. But yeah. This stuff though was crazy. Right, but yeah, now we're here. We'll probably end soon as well. We'll get a couple more things done here actually first. We'll do some Starward defense. Oh wait, did I make sure to disable some of the things? Oh yeah, we do have background play open. Cool. Oh, the characters will just show up and shoot too. Cool. Hmm. Yeah, honestly, like, a lot of the time for a lot of them, if you don't have other stuff going on, it's not really worth it to even bother with a lot of these. Like, half the reason why I even keep Snowbreak around is because they give me everything for free. They straight up just give me everything. But that's because of the creator stuff. It's not exactly the same as, the regular user experience. But yeah. Yeah, no, if you're just using the Twitch reply feature, that's just what happens. Unfortunately, YouTube side cannot see the reply feature. Alright, and then we get more drills. I'll just keep that there. Okay, but I can't have a second support operator there. Too bad she's also on that angle and not on the other side. Because if it was the on the other side and you could like zoom in, it'd be better. Don't you agree? Alright, I'll grab these. Might we need more drills. No more drills. And then now we got the black hole there. Bigger AoE. Yeah, I guess. This is what we got to hear. Alright, we got all the drills now. Oh. Alright, we got these ones now. Alright, now we have the slow from the drill. Okay, now it even has knockback. Alright, now the drills cover everything. There we go, we can get 2 explosions now. Three explosions. 4 explosions. Alright, we got that one done. They confuse into stronger units on the battlefield. Okay. To trigger a unit fusion deploy domain over the entire battlefield. I see. So if I do this, alright, let's see the unit fusion then. Each time units with fusion capabilities level up in battle, you'll accumulate fusion energy, higher quality skills. Once it's full, you can perform a fusion summon. When fusion energy is full, okay. Choose it to fuse 2 duty units into 1 escort unit. The escort unit skill will occupy 2 slots, and you can significantly enhance it through level ups. Okay.
Face your judgment.
Oh, I think I have to get like 2 of them level up all the way. Okay, it's like this thing. Yeah, I need to get. One more level up then. Alright, electric orbs. Oh, and then it just does the whole thing on the screen wide. Okay. And it becomes like a rare upgrade. Yeah, this actually looks like a pretty good combo then. With drill. Because it just hits like the entire screen. Okay. And then you can upgrade their skills after a bunch of uses on them. They even added auto select skill. Alright, let's try this one then for unit fusion. I want to see what happens. Damn, that's unfortunate getting that thing. There, we got it fused. So now what happens? Oh, did they not have enough energy? Well, maybe they need more buffs for the regular stage here. Yeah, maybe they need to hit level 10 then. Okay, yeah. Oh, it just does the freaking laser to sweep around. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's a useless thing to have then. Okay. That laser is kinda busted. Well, at least it gets a damage boost. Oh wait, that just lets you change perspective. Yeah, I'll be alright. Wait, did I just kill it too quickly? Or is this bugged? Because I don't see anything else spawning. Alright, I'll see you around. Yeah, I think it bugged out. So now we have endless mode there too. Okay, wait. This stuff is gonna need to get like farmed out. Okay. Let's see. Okay, now it needs to be 11. Is that 11 for each of them? No, the other one needs 12. I wanted the laser one to get a buff. Alright, there we go. Cool, I got a laser one. inflicts a ground explosion that slows them. Oh, it's the thing there. Right now, this guy needs to die. Right now, we just get like explosion and more explosion. Damage boost, nice. We'll just wait for Gamir to die. Alright, he's almost dead. Okay. Yeah, so it just keeps going to 25. Oh, I don't have all the upgrades for the laser here. But okay. So I'll have to like eventually get all the upgrades here. Oh, I need to use the character skill so that I can upgrade. Oh, then I have to eventually unlock the turret skills for the thing there. Okay.
Nice pick, darling.
Okay, yeah, slowly getting everything here unlocked. And done. Okay. Yep, that's another thing in the battle pass on. How did I not hit the weekly element? I guess it's because of that. Because I didn't obtain that many logistics officers. I guess I can do it this way. But I'm not doing operations 20 times. That's a bit much.
Ding dong. Your spicy hot pot is not ready yet.
Bro. Well, they might tell me if it's not ready yet. Yeah, okay, we got all that stuff done. Okay, cool. That said though, I guess this just will end off here for the night. Right, we've been live for a little over 6.5 hours. Oh, we made progress all over the place. But, yeah, we still need to make a lot more fawns and NTE so we can unlock the villa. Right. We messed around with the Marion thing in Snowbreak, and we also played through the entirety of the Mightreya demo. But yeah. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. And then you guys can have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Right now it's 5 AM in 5 minutes. But yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.